Test.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 3 of GFEL's second edition. My name is Brian Panarelli. I will be your MC for today. For those out-of-towners that are with us this morning, Advil and another Advil and a cup of coffee is your typical Las Vegas breakfast, so don't feel guilty if you've already done that, okay? Moving right along, I hope the last 2 days were extremely eventful for everyone here, and we're going to get the ball rolling this morning with the first speaker of the day coming up here on stage. I'd like for you to give a round of applause to Neil Deswani. He is the president of Deswani Enterprises and co-director of Stanford Advanced Security Program, who's going to speak on the topic education and paths to employment. Please put your hands together for Mr. Deswani.
Great. Thanks very much for that introduction. Actually, with a little bit of luck today, we can chat a little bit about the future of education and paths to employment. So I was absolutely thrilled to be honored yesterday with the Top 100 Visionaries in Education Award, and I'm going to be talking about the future of many kinds of education, going from elementary school all the way to professional development. So first, let me go ahead and just set the stage here by just looking a little bit at history and how far we've come. To an extent, at this conference, we've been chatting about a lot of the problems in current day education, but I think it is important to look at a little bit historical perspective and just how far we've come. So if we look at what education looked like in the early 20th century and prior, most of the time it would be boys and men that would be working, and the way they would get educated is boys would learn about what their father did. And so if we look at a lot of people's last names, common last names like Taylor, it's because their father used to be a tailor, and that's how people used to identify themselves. So that seems almost Stone Age today. And one of the big shifts that started occurring in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and up through the early 70s is that corporations started becoming a major force of employment. And with that, what started happening is that people would get employed by corporations and did not necessarily do what their fathers did. You know, for females also, while it used to be the case in the Stone Age, to an extent, from the early 20th century, is that most women did not work. They focused on raising kids and supporting the family in a variety of ways. And that also started changing with suffrage and the right to vote, and that's been a great, great advancement. To an extent, it was unfortunate that half of society's members were not able to make perhaps the contributions that they wanted, and that all started changing. Corporations started hiring more women, and the organization was one in which you work for one company for pretty much your entire lifetime, and then that company gave you a pension and took care of you in retirement. Post the 70s, that also started changing, where it wasn't the case that people would just have one job for their entire lifetime and do one thing, and that their ladder for growth was dependent solely on the one company that happened to hire them, say, in their 20s. So post the 1970s, there was a shift away from manufacturing types of economies and more towards a knowledge economy, where education became a much, much bigger factor in people's success. So there's definitely still a lot of problems today with how we educate our youth, and I'm going to talk about some of those and talk a little bit about career growth and how to help prepare our next generation here. But that's just a little bit of the history. So let me start by talking about what are employers looking for today. And I have a top 10 here based on some research from the National Association of Colleges and Employers. Interesting attributes. Over 90% of employers want people with problem-solving skills. No surprise there. They want people to be able to work in teams. They want people with strong work ethics. They do want analytical and quantitative skills, but note that's number 4. Communication skills, written communication skills, is in the top 5. One of the things that's missing from this list is domain expertise, subject matter expertise. When we look at how we train our youth up through the college level, at least when I grew up, there was a lot of focus on learning particular subjects, particular areas of math, particular areas of science, particular areas of reading and literature. But that appears nowhere in the top 5. Not only does it not appear in the top 5, it barely appears in the top 10. The next attribute that employers want is leadership skills, communication skills, verbal communication skills. They want people who take initiative. They do want people that are detail-oriented, but notice that technical skills, including ability to use computers, ability to use word processing and spreadsheet packages, ability to program and code, is number 10. So what are we teaching on a day-to-day basis, and how are we preparing people for employment, given that these are the top 10 attributes? I'll return back to this topic a little bit later, but let me also talk a little bit about what are some of the top paying, fastest growing occupations based on statistics from the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. The top 5, if we look at the top 3 of the top 5, they're all in the medical profession. Number 1, by the way, is not doctors, but physician assistants, because we need to provide great health care, but lower the costs of healthcare, especially here in the US, and that explains why physician assistants is the top number 1 growing occupation. In fact, this field is being recognized so much that physician assistants will probably get renamed physician associates over time based on a bunch of changes going on in that field. I know because my wife is a physician assistant, and they are going to be looked at more as peers with doctors, as associates, rather than just assistants to help, because physician assistants can prescribe drugs, they can do a lot of things that doctors can also do. Nurse practitioners and medical and health service managers follow right after that. After those 2 professions, information security analysts comes up next. Over the next 10 years, we're going to need 130,000 information security analysts. For those of you that know me and have heard me speak on other topics, you know that I'm a cybersecurity expert. Just published a book entitled Big Breaches, Cybersecurity Lessons for Everyone, my second book in the field. And it's been helping a lot of companies and get a lot more people into the field. For those of you that have also been keeping track of the news, we just had an oil pipeline, the Colonial Pipeline, get hacked on the East Coast, and oil production had to stop for about a week due to a ransomware attack that occurred. Our foreign nation-state adversaries are not just kind of sitting around, but between organized cyber criminals and nation-state adversaries, we need to get a solid structure and labor force that has cybersecurity skills to help protect all of the organizations in the country. There's been a lot of use of data and doing more data-driven decisions in corporations. As a result, there's been a need for data scientists. So these are the top 5 fastest-growing occupations. If we look at the rest of the top 10, number 6 and 7 are mathematical in nature, and then 8 to 10 are also healthcare in nature. So this summarizes what are the professions that the labor force needs over the next 10 plus years. I thought it might be fun to also look at what do kids want to be these days. So let me put some stats up on that. In China, half of the kids want to be astronauts, which to an extent is a good thing because they're interested in math and science and helping advance society. To an extent, if we looked at what was going on in the 60s and 70s in the US, most kids wanted to be astronauts then too. Today, most kids in the United States and the United Kingdom want to be YouTube stars. Now, 10, 15 years ago, before YouTube existed, a lot of kids might have wanted to be TV stars or movie stars or whatnot. And I think it's just interesting that the shift has been away from that and towards YouTube. And I definitely think YouTube is an amazing platform for sharing knowledge. There's a lot of good that's come in the world because of YouTube. At the same time, I'm not convinced that we need 30% of the kids today to go become YouTube stars either. That I'm not quite sure is the right direction. To break down some of these stats on what kids want to be in the US, I have it broken down between boys and girls here. It is interesting that that there's a high percentage of girls, not most, but high percentage of girls that want to be a doctor or veterinarian, as per the stats here on the left. Boys want to be policemen, firemen, scientists, and engineers. So it struck me that we are still at the beginning of creating gender equality and encouraging youth into different roles in a more gender-neutral way. There shouldn't be such a big shift in what boys and girls want to be. I do think it is interesting that boys are interested in becoming policemen and firemen. Those are great service industries that will be able to continue to support our society and the running economy. There's perhaps interest in less than 10% total becoming scientists and engineers, but and lastly, let's look at the stats. For a couple things. I'm having a little trouble here with the slides. Let me skip that. So, big takeaway here. There's a mismatch between what the market needs and what kids want to be. So then the next question is, how are kids being influenced with regards to what they want to be? And so, if the slides get along with me, one of the things that you can notice from this bar chart is that the most important influence, the most significant, perhaps the most significant influence is from media, social media, broadcast media. That plays into more than 15% of what goes in to influence kids around what they want to be. By comparison, kids' innate passions and guidance from parents, schools, family, and books is coming after the amount of influence from the media. So there's a lot of focus around limiting screen time. And on one hand, part of me feels like, is this really practical to limit, say, a child's screen time to 5, 10, 15 minutes per day? When they grow up, they're probably going to be interacting with screens a heck of a lot. At the same time, if we have too much screen time influence and what's being played on the screen is the YouTube videos and broadcast media and whatnot, then what can play into those child's worlds is influence from that media on what they want to do in the future. So I think there's got to be some reasonable balance between the two. And one reason to limit screen time is because of the influences that come into kids' heads around what they want to be. So it's more than just about their eyesight. It's more than just about the loss of social interaction. It also plays on what becomes important to kids in the future. So by the way, I have like 30 slides here. There's no way I have enough time to get through all of them. So I'm gonna pick and choose and sample, and then of course I'll post all the slides later on. There are some interesting differences between the U.S. and the U.K. In the U.K., boys want to be footballers, meaning they want to play soccer. But it's great to see that after that, they want to be inventors, policemen, builders, engineers. For girls, vet and teacher comes up as number 1 and 2, followed by engineer, doctor, and interestingly enough, number 5, baker. So I don't know what's going on in the UK with pastry shops, but there might be a lot of them, and kids might be getting influenced by that. Bottom line, there's a pretty significant mismatch between what kids want to be and what the market needs. And maybe some of that might be due to, oh, they're just kids, but for any part of it that's not because they are just kids, there's a lot of opportunity as parents, as teachers, to influence kids in directions that will help get them significant employment in impactful fields. So let me just, and there's differences between boys and girls, but you guys get the point. Let me move on to talking about what kind of changes do we need to make in education. And I do think that as a community, we do need to make changes in education across a variety of levels, going from elementary and middle school all the way up through professional education. I'll also talk about some case studies in this. Let me talk a little bit about elementary and middle school. If we look at the stats that I showed around what employers are looking for, they're looking for teamwork, communication skills, problem solving. Those sorts of things are independent of subjects. And let me mention that I myself am a product of the public school system in New Jersey from the 80s to 90s period. And I remember that when I was growing up, there was a lot of focus on academics and getting expertise in particular subjects. But to tell you the truth, some of the most important things I feel in life are ability to have good relationships, ability to take care of one's health, ability to manage finances. And it was interesting to me that when I look back on my education, I don't think that I took one class on human relationships and how to have relationships. Maybe some of that would get implicitly taught, but it wasn't explicitly taught. Same thing with finances. I didn't take a course on how to manage finances until maybe I was in late high school, early college. One question to me is, why aren't we teaching these basics in life much earlier to kids? Because to an extent, these things also matter to employers. Communication skills, for instance, much more so than any particular technical skills. And I feel that it's best to teach these kinds of things as early as possible. And I think that kids learn a lot of this stuff from their parents and their relatives and their siblings and who they're surrounded by. But perhaps there is room to have more public and private education focus on those kinds of topics so that we can teach kids on how to be good people first and allow them to become good clay that they can then be molded with additional skills later on in life. Now, I know there's a big debate around, should kids be molded like clay, or should we let kids' internal passions drive how they grow? And I think it's a little bit of both. I don't think there's any kind of one right answer here. Certainly, we want to, and being somebody who's South Asian by background, I'll tell you, my parents were very hitting me over the head around, more of the kind of hard skills, but, and to an extent, I do feel my parents molded me into what I am today, but they also did allow some room for me to grow with my passions. And so the fact that I'm in the field of cybersecurity and I am making contributions to that field, it to an extent came from that molding. If my parents hadn't bought me a Commodore 64 and a Texas Instruments TI-99A back when I was 6 or 8 years old, I don't know that I would have found that path. Maybe I would have, but I'm an experiment just like every one of us are, and we'll see where that goes. But in any case, I think there's a good balance between molding kids and letting them grow in directions where they exhibit inherent strengths and passions. That's elementary and middle school. One of the things that I've gotten involved with recently is an organization called CodeFu. It is an organization that teaches coding to kids, but has a very different view than maybe a lot of coding schools that you see. There are a lot of retail coding schools that have locations where parents bring those kids to those schools after school. Some of them can be glorified daycare, but the model that I think is going to be a lot more successful, realizing that 10, 15 years from now, for a lot of professions, knowing how to program and knowing how to code is going to be expected, just like reading and writing. It is an important skill. But I think the viewpoint that we should take and the viewpoint that CodeFu takes is to focus on teaching kids how to be good people, how to have strong self-esteem, how to recognize bullying, how to learn those topics around their health. So for instance, in our CodeFu classes, we teach a little bit of martial arts as we go along the class. We encourage kids to take screen breaks. We encourage them to do a bit of physical activity in their classes. We encourage a lot of interaction between the students and have them work as teams. And so what we do is we use coding as a medium to teach all those other important skills to kids at an early age. And the coding is integrated into the various subjects instead of being the subject. The other thing that I think CodeFu does very well is instead of sending kids to a separate school to learn coding, what we do at CodeFu is we partner with the schools and we offer classes through the schools through after-school programs, such that once we build relationships with the schools, get them comfortable with our curriculum, incorporate any feedback that they have on our curriculum, and then go ahead and supply the instructors that know coding as a lingua franca, which is sometimes hard for schools to recruit themselves, I think that's going to be a much more productive path going forward. So that's one example of how the kinds of changes that I think would be great to see in more elementary and middle schools. Let me talk a little bit about high school. I think by the time that kids get to high school, hopefully they've learned some of the soft skills that I talked about. But I think that high school and leading up to high school is a great time to help kids find their passions and develop grit and drive. To an extent, there's a debate around, can you teach things like grit and drive and ambition? I think the jury's out on that for me, but I think that the more that kids are surrounded by role models that have grit and drive, the more they may absorb it themselves. I think that another thing, as kids go into high school, a lot of parents might say, okay, look, you got to do well in school so that you can get a job and you can make money. Yes, that has to happen. But the question is why? I think there may not be as much focus, or at least when I was growing up, there wasn't as much focus on creating positive impact for the world and having that be the primary driver. If you make positive impact in the world, then one good side effect that might come out of that is the financial success. But I think to an extent, that should be more so looked as a side effect rather than the primary drive. Because if kids grow up and they learn they need to get a job just to make money, then maybe that's just all they will do, as opposed to that child potentially being able to have a much greater impact even beyond that. So I think also in high school, core academics does become more important at that stage. Hopefully they've been molded into good clay. Let me talk a little bit about college preparation. So I attended a talk by Frank Song of the Zenith Prep Academy, and his Prep Academy focuses on preparing kids for college. But he doesn't help prepare kids for college by making them just better at math and science and reading comprehension. That is important, but that's a base substrate. He's spent a lot of time with admissions counselors from top universities, the Stanfords, the MITs, the Columbias of the world, and has understood what they are looking for. The universities, to an extent, education is a hard business. It's a very hard business because you've only got a limited number of slots, you've paid for all the buildings ahead of time, you have tenured professors that need to be paid from an endowment, and so who you give those slots to will make a very big impact, and the impact will probably be seen on the order of 10 years or more. So those decisions that they make are very important with regards to the future of their business. What's important to the future of the business of education? Well, they don't just want people to pay the tuition. That isn't going to drive the growth of colleges and universities going forward. What is going to drive that growth is what their students go out and do in the world after that. And there is some part of that where I'm sure they want future donations and to grow their endowment. But to an extent, when kids go out and make an impact in the world, the brand name of the university goes along with them. And so with regards to students getting into college, Frank talks about defense and offense. Having a great GPA, having interest in a particular institution, that's great defense. There's a lot of kids that apply to top schools with great GPAs. Your student's GPA will be one reason that a college might not disqualify the student, but it is unlikely going to be the reason that they're going to accept a student. Why are they going to accept students? They're going to accept students because of the offensive areas that are covered in the applications. And amongst the offense are the kids' passions in their essays. What have they been doing with their lives in high school? What kind of extracurricular activities have they been participating in? What kind of changes are they interested in driving in the world, even at that stage? That needs to come through in the essays and the internships and the recommendations that the student gets. And I think especially in a post-pandemic world where a lot of kids weren't able to take the SATs, I think those factors are going to become much more important in college preparation. Let me finally talk about colleges and universities. I do think in colleges and universities, it is important for the first 2 years to be focused on a strong core curriculum. I'm a bit biased. I went to Columbia as an undergrad. I was in the engineering school, but I did take the first 2 years of the Columbia core curriculum in common with all of the liberal arts students from Columbia College. And I think that taking courses in things like contemporary Western civilization and everything in the core helped me later on become a better speaker, become a better presenter, become somebody who could persuade and influence. And I think that if I look at my career, I feel that those aspects have been just as important as my technical skills. So I do think that even at the college and university level, it is important to have them focus on that in the first 2 years, and then in the last 2 years, develop their major effectively. I also think that developing leadership skills along the way is important. I think everyone can be a leader. Everyone should have personal leadership skills, and some of those skills could be used to help build professional leadership skills also. I also think that education has to continue on well beyond college. The world is just changing so fast that every 4 or 5 years, there's something new. If I look at the need for cybersecurity jobs, for instance, that has grown to over 500,000 open jobs in the US right now. There's only 1 billion people employed in the field. So for every person that's in the field, we need another half a person right away. And I think that in the area of professional education, there's an opportunity to help folks take advantage of things that they've learned in their past and their strong backgrounds to move into other fields. So one example of that is the Stanford Advanced Computer Security Program. It's actually just been renamed the Stanford Advanced Cybersecurity Program. And what we've been doing is in the past years, we've actually brought in over 2,000 people into the cybersecurity field when they've been in adjacent fields, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and such. We've also helped those people that are in the field advance their skills, but that's an example where through some professional education, which folks can take online, they can learn the appropriate skills to get into a new, deeply needed field. And I hope that we see a lot more programs like this to help people get into many other fields, maybe ideally the top 10 that the market is in need of. So let me also mention that there are many alternative paths to employment beyond the typical middle school, high school, college, and whatnot. And the state of California, in fact, provided $5 billion worth of funding just a few years ago to support a whole bunch of alternative paths. I've listed some of them here. I've listed some particular examples of organizations that they've funded. And as educators, if you have interests in bringing such educational opportunities, I think applying for funding for these sorts of things is a very worthwhile thing to do. So in any case, to summarize some of the main takeaways from this talk, in the democratic and capitalistic economies that we live in, there is more freedom than ever to pursue knowledge and help people grow their career paths. The top characteristics desired by employers are not the domain-specific skills. I think we need to spend more time teaching those skills. There is currently a pretty big mismatch in between what the market needs and what kids want to be. I hope that we can work together as a community to influence kids in directions where they have passion to make an impact, as well as satisfy the market needs. And I think that we can make improvements at all educational levels. So my name's Neil Deswani. Thank you for your time today. Hope you learned a thing or two that you didn't know before you came in for the talk. If we have time, I could take one question, or if we don't have time, we can skip questions. Oh, it's actually just 4 minutes over. Let's go ahead to the next talk. If folks have questions, please feel free to flag me down. I'll be around for the next couple hours. Thank you.
Neil Deswani, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for him. Very interesting stuff there. Thank you, Neil. Moving on to the next session, which basically sheds light on the topic transitioning from virtual to presence in a pandemic. After months of online learning, students around the world are returning to their schools. But of course, this change is going to be a very challenging one. Thankfully, educators could take a few steps to sort of ease their anxieties. By means of this session, Natasha Rose, founder and master coach of VIVE, will share some really useful strategies to help you ensure a smooth transition from virtual world to real world classrooms. Please join me in welcoming her on stage. Hi.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am very excited to present to you today on how to go from virtual to presence in this pandemic. I will be speaking less on web technologies today and more on the energetics within the industry. Quick background on me, I have been running an energetics practice for over 10 years, and I have coached some celebrities you may definitely know. Some have won some good Oscars, Grammys, etc. And I've also coached treatment centers, school districts, definitely, and so forth. My very first school district contract was the most heartbreaking. And it was heartbreaking because I had a rude awakening, very rude awakening. This isn't something to play with. We should really know what we're doing when it comes to enhancing the energy of a school district. So I took a quick break and went right to work to discover how to really make an impact. And I'm happy to say that we pretty much figured it out. So it did take us a full decade, but we made it work. And what I will be speaking on today has a lot to deal with the honesty in what we've experienced within the company. My company is a staff of around 20 at the moment, and we really saw some truth in the school districts that started coming back to us as the doors were slowly transitioning from hybrid to in-person, on what to expect, how to really be present. We are so much in the book sometimes we forget to look at someone as a human being, and this is just honest truth. So school districts started coming to us so that we could help them be present and truly help them to consider what they would expect with their students, their faculty members, and so forth. So we'll be sharing a bit on the honesty. And I'm going to go as fast as I can in case any of you have questions, because I do know that this is a bit insightful and different from some of the keynotes and panel discussions that you've experienced. So I will do my best to leave some room for questions at the end. We'll also cut into the snapshot concept. This is a concept that I've used with a lot of school districts that has really been able to help them see a true visual before they step into the action and the consideration of what they're moving forward with in their game plan to bring a successful school year to a close and continue the transition during summer, because a lot of them obviously are really working in the truth in preparation for another school year where they would like to see it more successful than the previous. Also the culture. What type of culture are you forming? I would really love that this keynote is not just a keynote where you're learning things, but it's a conversation that you can take home at the end of this conference. It was a true honor that they brought us on in day 3 in order to come and bring you this truth. I want you to be able to really take this home with you so that you can consistently think back on it as you make an impact in the education industry. And then final notes, and as best as possible, any type of questions, energy thoughts that you would love to share as you really bring yourself from virtual to present. So let's discuss honesty. There are a lot of emotions that you have witnessed, obviously, within this pandemic, and it's going to continue. It doesn't stop here. It's beautiful that restrictions are being lifted. It's beautiful that we are, having answers, resolutions that are being brought forth. But the honesty is that these emotions won't stop. They're going to continue. And the best thing that we want to be able to do is to hold space for that within our faculty, within every single important person within our district, all the way down to the students especially. We want them to feel safe. Also, how are you? To be honest in every single moment of our lives, not just in professional, but in personal as well. A perfect example, I was very honored to have traveled from New Jersey to make it here to this conference, but I brought my fiance with me. He's sitting right there. And I wanted to be able to bring him because I didn't get here alone over the past 10 years and what I've been able to do with this company. I had help. And I cannot possibly coach any school district unless I am energetically okay. So I ask you, how are you? How are things at home for you before you step out those doors and go to your classroom or go to your school district and make an impact? I inspire you to continuously check into this starting now. A good quote to ask yourself, a good question rather, is how would my highest self be to create systemic change? You know that things are different now. How can you continue to be different? We are being completely open-minded to see true change, and it's why we're here. It's why we're present in this conference. It's why we have these gorgeous awards that are allowing us to be recognized for the work that we do, for the impact that we make. How can you keep this going? The best way for this to happen is with you being in your highest self, and I inspire you to continuously put in the work to be great energy to keep exuding that into your community. So let's discuss over the snapshot concept. We created this simply because there was a lot of overwhelm with the school districts and their emotions and their feelings as they started to come to us because they hire us to pretty much step in and make sure that the energy is great within the room, from the faculty to the board, to the teachers, to the students. And we saw straight up that it was being too complicated of an explanation in literally everything. Every single meeting, every single board minutes gathering, it was just too much. And with introducing a snapshot concept where they could just sit back and see what's in front of them, they were really able to make a huge impact and in the best energy where they could consider every single party involved in every situation. So within the snapshot steps, 3 simple steps, you see everything that's in front of you, and you handle the highest priority, the most pressing sectors first, and then secondary, and etc., with remembrance of most pressing moments as they still come. Again, realize the pattern here, still coming. You are still going to handle emotions. You are still going to handle things as they come. It does not end here just because certain situations are being lifted and transformed to where we would like it to be or not like it to be. You want to leave space and practice the decent harmony, not juggling act, not balance, harmony. Because balance, is there really such a thing? It's really a matter of being harmonious and allowing yourself to see what's in front of you, handling the most pressing issues first so that they do not fire up on you later. And as you handle the most pressing issues, then you can work your way down. Do not worry about being perfect right now. Perfection is really the true thing of what can ruin your plan. We know your heart, we know your passion, we know your desire to be great. The best way to keep doing so is to simply allow yourself to accept that you are a person, and the most pressing issues can be handled first, and everything else will truly work itself out. As you step in within the experience of your peers, will you be able to see what's in front of you and what can truly bring change? And finally, act and consider accordingly. Always leave room for another person's explanation, not just your own. It's very imperative that we inspire unity over anything else at this time. So what do we mean by action and consideration? What does this truly mean? It simply means to see what's around you and consider it. As much as you would want someone to hold space for you, hold space for them. Which leads me to culture. What type of culture do you desire to create within your district, within your industry? What type of connection would you love to that you would love to form, sorry. What would you love to see evaporate into greatness and not evaporate? What would you like to see hold true? What would you like to see be the true key points within your culture, in your community? Remember to breathe. Remember to breathe before you step into everything that you are getting ready to do. Remember that you have time. You just concluded a very impactful and transformative school year. How can you properly reflect and breathe and be grateful that you came this far and that you did not give up? So many have, but you didn't. You are here, ready to go and keep after it. Remember to breathe and be proud of yourself. Service revamps. Definitely keep this within your mindset because there's going to be a lot of revisions coming. And you know this. As you continuously connect and communicate, this is a more important time than ever to really hold space for the emotions that will come within this transition from virtual to presence. You have parents scared. You have faculty scared. There will be a mixture of true scarcity and true excitement all at once. How can you revamp the service that you bring within your work and within your craft so that you can let them know that they are seen, heard, and felt? Communication is key. It's very much everything. There's a difference between communication and effective communication. How can you deliver effective communication where it truly makes a difference? This I really loved with the panel discussion that took place yesterday on what investors actually look for within entrepreneurs who are writing their grants. I really loved the point that was spoken where we should care to speak the investor's language, but also not sell our soul. Remember this similar concept when you are communicating within your community and within your district. Connection. Enhance the connection that is truly happening within your space. You're not going to be able to see change if there is no connection. You don't want to feel as if you are minuscule within your own environment. You want to be able to truly enhance what is happening within this space at this time. Connection is one of the biggest things that's going to make that a success for you and for everyone around you. Remember to connect. Remember to care for the connection in front of you so that you can bring home what you desire to bring within the connection in your space. Community is everything. How well are you connecting with your peers? How well are you bringing that community into a reality? If it's anything that we've learned within this pandemic, it's to ensure that we're making this happen more than ever right now. How can you continue the beautiful lessons that you've learned while we were virtual and bring it to in-person learning? How can you continue this so that the students are actually excited for everything that's to come and an impact can truly be made for real systemic change? Trust. Trust that everything is going to be more than okay. By you being here, it already shows the impact in the transformative beauty that has happened within this pandemic. Yes, there have been truly depressive and saddening times. However, do your best to be optimistic and to remember that everything does and can truly happen for a reason. We have needed this change for a very long time. How can you keep it going? Trust the change, allow yourself to form with it in everything that you do. Belief. Truly believe that there is true success here in what you are doing. Do not give up in all of your awakenings within this pandemic. It's been exposed to you for a reason. Allow yourself to be brave in that, to be truthful in that, because you are true power and you are here to make a difference within the industry. That's why, again, you are here. We are here to be on a similar mission, just with different insights. How can you bring that belief home? Final notes. Continue to do what you are doing. It has been so amazing to truly witness what is happening within the education industry, and it just makes me so happy that we didn't give up and truly chose to move forward on how to bring great energy into the education industry. We should be enlightened for what we are doing. It's beautiful what we study. It's beautiful what we bring into the education industry. We should include the enlightenment and the innovation at its highest. And it's why I truly believe in what we are doing here in this conference with the GFEL, because this is the enlightenment that we've been waiting for. This is the recognition that we've been waiting for. Let's keep taking it to next level together. Our energy is everything. I want you to continuously remember your energy when you sit in a meeting, whether it's virtual or hybrid or fully in person, depending on where your specific district is shifting to and where you choose to shift to. There is nothing wrong, only change that can keep innovating. How is your energy in that process? Continuously remember this. Remember to be honest with yourself behind closed doors just as much in front, because I promise you that can transfer to your peers and to your entire environment at any given moment. Learn to make this happen in joy. Learn to remember your energy at all times, because you should be joyous every day that you wake up. It's not an impossible dream. Awareness. Be consistently aware of what's around you. It can sometimes be easy to crack in any true situation, and we don't want this to happen for you. We believe in you, and we know that you can truly make this a success as long as you are consistently aware. How well are you aware of your surroundings as much as within yourself? The number one person and the first person we can change is ourselves, and that can make an impact everywhere else. Finally, consistently revisit the vision. We write these plans, and we probably look at it once a year. And I actually heard this in one of the keynotes, our panel discussions. I think it was in day one. This is very true. We will spend all this time, weeks, months, writing down a very, very imperative game plan, and we won't look at it again. Consistently revisit the vision so that you can always ask yourself, how well are we seeing this through? What else can we do to keep making an impact? This is the time more than ever to consistently revisit what you are putting together so that you can bring that vision home. And finally, the bonds. The bond will truly get us through. This connection, these ways of networking that you are witnessing, that you are experiencing at this present time as we are moving in this transition, allow this bond to stay alive, because this is what we've been waiting for a very long time. Keep allowing this to heighten so that it can be a thing, and it can be something that doesn't go away, but stays increasing. And I will now leave the final minutes to go ahead and answer any questions. I've worked a lot with school districts and helping them be in their great energy. Any shares that you wish to do, anything that you wish to release on any of your experiences in this present time in the education industry, I am willing to hold space for you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Oh, and if you could please stand, there's a microphone here for you.
Thanks for your refreshing talk.
Yes.
We are all people who are very passionate about our education, and we're visionaries, and most of us have already made a difference and will continue to do so in our little fields. This is a conference where we are all together, and my question is, as a group, we are much stronger. Mm-hmm. As a group, we can actually maybe even initiate systemic change. Mm-hmm. And how can we effectively collaborate in order to move the needle?
I love this so much, because this was actually how the company, and thank you so much for your question. That was such a gorgeous question. I really love this question, because this is what turned us from broke, very, very broke within our first decade, to being able to now scale in the $500,000 mark, $1 million mark within the next couple of years. So be problem solving. Dare to be problem solving is my answer to your question. Yes, you have already continuously made a beautiful impact, and you're going to continue to do so. And what will help you in the collaborations, which I love, because I really do believe that collaboration counts, should be increasing within the education industry right now. Continue to be passionate on problem solving. What problems are currently existent that still need to be solved? And is it a problem that is truly desired to be solved within the majority of your community right now? Dare to be problem solving. See who else around you is also desiring to solve that problem with you. And when you feel that you have that strong, true support system to solve that problem, get to the drawing board. Anyone else? Yes.
Good morning, great presentation.
Thank you.
My question is in regards to the rhetoric and advice to educators on how to support our BIPOC students in the time of social reckoning now. What would you say to educators and how they can stand in the gap for our BIPOC students today, tomorrow, and in the future?
I love this question. This makes me very excited. Thank you. As a Latina, I actually was very, very angry when I first started working with school districts, because I didn't feel like there was enough support in this. And what really helped us to be able to start making an impact is I don't want to say that we allowed anything to win, right? We allowed our awareness to increase. So, for example, our very first school district was the district contract that had me very angry because I saw a lack of support for BIPOC. And I was the emotional Latina that was very upset. And, if you caught me in the wrong corner after one of the meetings within the deal, I was cursing in my, quiet self, but in Spanish, and I was very upset. I had to actually take a break so that I could be able to analyze this, because I can be a very passionate person, and it made me very upset. What I did was I noticed the unfortunate truth that sometimes we're not as heard as we should be, and that's where our emotion comes from. So what I did in order to help us to be heard and seen a little more is I said, okay, you want to shut us down? Let us see your entire plan, and let us look at the details and the issues that you're looking to resolve, and let me prove to you that we can provide those solutions for you. I really allowed myself to hold space for them, because whether we like it or not, there is a reason that they're being that way. And by them, I mean the system, the way that everything is within the system. It was very disappointing to witness, and at first I was way too emotional about it. But as I learned to take a break, in that break, I learned to increase my emotional intelligence, and I said, okay, let me not give up, because I'm witnessing this for a reason. I'm witnessing the lack of support within BIPOC for a reason. Let me see what they are actually doing, and let me prove how we can not necessarily be better, but enhance what is happening right now so that all can win. We're here to create opportunity, not to necessarily let our ego stroke be a reality in a sense of where we're proving who's right and who's wrong. That's not our agenda here. Our agenda is really to show that we can be in unity and it's okay. Nothing bad will happen. This is really a matter of our unity to happen. So my answer to your question is, find out all of the objectives and be patient with it in understanding that we don't know what we don't know. And in meaning that our emotion shouldn't be what wins, and their lack of desiring to understand where we're coming from shouldn't be what wins either. What should really win is allowing space for both sides so that we can show how we work better together than apart. As I was able to prove this truth within my contract work with school districts, I was allowed to be heard a little more, because they actually said, okay, this girl's not so emotional, she's actually here to make change. And slowly but surely, I was able to get a little bit more of that door open where I can make an impact in BIPOC. I hope that helped. Yes. Yes. Oh, we were at exit 120. I don't know what exit we're at now. Babe, what exit are we at?
I'm next door in Pennsylvania, and I'm in higher education, not K to 12, although I did teach middle school for 2 years, and I'll just say there's a special place in heaven for middle school teachers.
Okay.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, and it really resonates with me. But one of the things I'm wondering about is, I think it's easier to build new relationships with new colleagues than it is to rebuild relationships. And I think as we have transitioned into the online environment very quickly, no prep, and now we're trying to work our way back into a face-to-face, what I've noticed is that we've had so much emphasis on the students, but not enough emphasis on ourselves, so thank you for that.
Yes.
And how to take care of the faculty.
Yes.
I'm wondering about suggestions on how to retransition where in this virtual environment, relationships have fallen apart, where the communication has not been as good, where the trust has disintegrated. And I'm wondering if you have suggestions for that kind of transition.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful question. Find out where the trust got lost in the first place. Really, really discover that, because the trust did get lost somehow, and it fell off in some sort of way. Basically, hold space for how the trust got disintegrated. Really hold that space. We were so much on a on a sprinting race right now to just, get things up and running, but we do have to hold some time to actually witness how things went sour so that we can make it better. And that's honestly one of the biggest things that these school districts have shared with us on what has made us different to where they actually want to give us a unique try, is that we do sit down and we really truly look back in their history and ask, where did it go wrong? Really put in that work to find out what went wrong and hold space for their frustration, because I promise you, they are going to appreciate that. It may not happen right away, it may not happen the next day, but it will eventually happen. And while you're seeing where it went wrong, put in the work to come up with the true solutions on how to make it right again, allowing them to see from you that you do hold space for where it did not go as great as it could have been, and bring the enhancements on how to make it right. I'm really noticing with the school districts we work with, there hasn't been enough time for that. It's just really a sprint so that we can get back on board, and I am for it, but we should spend a little more time at some points to really analyze how things did not remain okay, because like you said, it is easier to build new relationships, but sometimes we don't have to start anew. Sometimes we really can be in integrity and see where things fell off so that we can put it together again, and that will actually result in even better rapport to enhance with the relationships we already have. The biggest thing that we can have in relationships is trust. So let's reinforce that trust so that we can keep things going and strong. And I know that we're getting quick on time, so I would like to leave one more question. Beautiful question, though. Thank you. I hope that helped. Yeah.
Thank you. In the work that I do trying to create equitable environments in classrooms and in schools, one of the hardest things, the most challenging things, is trying to get teachers and school leaders to realize that the reason that this systemic change needs to happen is because the education system was not built for people of color, because it is hundreds of years old and we were enslaved and education was illegal for us at that point. And that was one of the hardest things to try to get policymakers and school leaders to understand. So what are some of the things that you do, or some of the conversations that you facilitate to try to help policymakers and as local policymakers and school leaders to arrive at that conclusion in a disarming way, so that they don't feel like we're accusing them of anything, but also understand the accountability that needs to take place? So what are some conversations that you facilitate to help that change happen?
I love this, and thank you so much for this question. Yes, let's please give a round of applause, please, for that. Thank you. I really love this question because this was actually one I wanted to speak more on in her question. We must do our part to increase integrity in the education system. We just have to. And it's an unfortunate truth, but it's also an exciting truth. Integrity is the one area that must be increased if we want to see the education industry the way that we wish to see it. So to answer your question, do everything in your power to increase integrity. It shows when we are the example, but also in a way where we make it known that we are not here to be stepped on in our truth. We really should be able to rise with integrity and confidence. And this will show them that we are not here to judge them for what we are witnessing, but there is a change that has to be done. Integrity is the strongest way that we can enhance the policies the way that we should be enhancing them in our districts today. They don't know what that looks like. They don't know what integrity looks like. And instead of us being in a space of complaining about it, because that will only keep us complacent, when we show what integrity truly looks like in education, they'll get enlightened and they'll say, oh, so there wasn't anything else other than we just need to enhance these policies because of what should no longer go as underprivileged. That's really what is happening here. And as they see that within their language somewhat, then enhancements can be done. Integrity is the answer there. We must do our part to show what integrity looks like, because sometimes they just don't know, and we don't know what we don't know, and sometimes it really prevents us to go beyond complacency in what we're really doing. Show them what integrity looks like, because you know what that looks like, and it's time for them to know too. Thank you.
Pardon me for just a moment. All right, moving along. That was a very interesting Q&A session. Thanks for participating. GFEL would now like to take this opportunity to facilitate individuals as well as organizations that have spearheaded growth and fueled positive changes in the education industry. The awards will be presented by Heather Wild, Digital Solutions Lead at the Difference Consulting. Please join me in welcoming her. I would ask if you are receiving an award, please enter the stage here on my right side, exit over here on the left. If you feel like saying a few words, you're more than welcome to as well. We've got a mic up here for you, and we will get this show on the road. Top 100 Leaders in Education, Alexander Morris Wood. Alexander Morris Wood. All right, Bill Ryan. Bill Ryan. Dr. Carol Tropman Carr. Cheryl Knockbauer. Corey Sangre Billy. Dewana L. Taylor. Eduardo Jusedman. Oh. Frank Schulenberg.
Hello? Hi. I do want to say a few words. Thank you very much. I'm honored to receive this prestigious award, especially a recognition from my peers in this important forum. But I stand on the shoulders of giants. All the creative team at Ludicorp in Mexico City, on their behalf, thank you very much. And I just want to say that learning is a serious matter, but in my experience, it shouldn't be taken too seriously. We need to have fun while teaching and learning. Play is nature's way of teaching. That's how we learn as toddlers and as children, and then we grow up and we forget about it. So let's put the fun back into learning. Let's put the fun back into teaching. I invite you today to play, to move, to dress up, to pretend, to invent stories, to create new worlds and then smash them up like Godzilla. But most importantly, to have fun, because fun makes learning an extremely powerful and transformative experience. Thank you very much.
Gail Swift.
I'd like to dedicate this award to the many instructors in higher education who've used Wikipedia as a teaching tool in their classrooms over the last 10 years. It's been an incredible journey. Thank you very much.
Ingrid Vasilou Feltes. Ingrid. Jason Lee. Jason Lee. Jeffrey Klubeck. Jonalee Zupakic. Dr. Rose Silva, receiving 2 awards. Dr. Jose Silva.
Good morning, everybody. I stand before you today as a survivor, and a survivor of being able to make it through so many of the trials and tribulations in life. And as an educator, it is our job to instill storytelling in our children so that they can tell their story, so that they can become storytellers of their life. I dedicate this award to my wife, Tina Marie Silva, who has been my champion for the last 8 years and has invoked me and my ability to be a storyteller, and to my chosen parents and my family and my colleagues that are here. But to all of us as educators, it is our job to instill the dash in our children's lives. We often reflect on the birthday and the end of life, but we should be instilling the dash, giving them the ability to know that life is so much greater than their trials and tribulations. And if they have hope, they can make it. Everything in life is temporary except for death. Everything, rich, poor, happy, sad. Trials, it all is. Everything in life is temporary except for death. Challenge all ideas. Never stand down. Always lead. and be more tomorrow than you were today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you,
God bless.
Doctor. Laura Neubauer. Lehman Brown. Mark Blitzuwait. Dr. Plachette McPhee. Raj Karen Galobona. Dr. Randolph Walders.
I just want to say thank you to my beautiful wife, who has been my partner for 35 years. She's here, and I could not do what I do without her. She's always beside me and a supporter. And to my colleagues, and to all of the giants who have poured into me, beginning with my elementary school teachers. Teachers are very special. I've dedicated my life to education, and may we all come to know that education is what is left when what is learned has been forgotten. God bless you.
Dr. Renee Westlake. Renee, you wanted to say a few words, right? Okay, cool.
I would like to express gratitude, not just to GFEL for this award, but also for bringing these brilliant educators together. I have learned so much in the last couple of days from these people at the lunches, at the networking. It's been wonderful. I also want to recognize all of my colleagues who believe in children. They believe they can all succeed and they can all lead. And I especially want to dedicate this to my family, who is all here today, one who drove all night to get here. So to my husband and my children and grandchildren, thank you.
Thank you so much, Renee. Rich Carr. Got to get that selfie.
I would like to say a couple words. I'm motivated by the folks that have already spoken about their family and colleagues. But I've got 4 wonderful kids at home who aren't here. Single dad of 4, homeschooled the last 2. And I would love to give them the ultimate selfie. So look what we did, kids. Check this out. Thank you.
Rishaba Bhavani.
So I founded Kermit Learning to balance youth development. And how this started is that I thought I needed to balance my own life. So I wanted to spread the word to all teens and youth. We provide many different programs like online tutoring, inspirational videos, teens magazines, kids journals, and much more. To join this movement, please click the Get in Touch button on top of our website, kermoutlearning.org.
Sheena Majet. Srikanth Talluri. No. Vonya Womack. Want me to call these again? All right, if you had come in from track 2.
Oh, she's gonna.
What?
She's talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just real quick, I'll be real quick, I promise.
You better be.
Take your time.
Hi, I'm Vanya Womack, and I'd like for you guys, if you would, to look on social media for RUSU, R-U-S-U, Refugees Unknown Stories Untold. I'm a previous professor turned executive director of this organization, and one of the things that we are getting ready to do is education for refugees in Greece. So if you would, I'd love for you to check that out. Thank you. Sure. It's RUSU, R-U-S-U, but I believe it's at Refugees Unknown. You can find us on Twitter, might be the quickest way, because there's a LinkedIn tree there. Thank you. I am on Instagram, yes. Thanks.
Dr. Hamid Rashan. Mark Plitzwaite. Lamond Brown. Totally.
Check, check. Mic check. Image your captain here. Okay, that works. No, I just want to say thank you, God. Thank you, GFEL. Thank you to my team, my family, and to the young people that we serve all around the world. I want to say thank you. And to the educators in this room and those that are listening. Let's please keep the arts in education and creativity. Yeah. Let's keep up the great work. Congratulations to all the winners. Swalida, baby.
Jeffrey Klubeck. How do you pronounce that? Sure.
Hi, yeah, I'm here representing the student-centered approach. I just want to say huge admiration to all of the technologists and the politicians and the administrators and the faculty. I'm retired adjunct faculty. I haven't been in a classroom in 4 years. I coach, I consult, I teach, I train, and I'm really grateful that other forms of leadership are recognized to be important in the classroom. I want to say that any of us could have the best boat ever built. We could have the best map ever created. We could have the best crew ever assigned to us. We can even have a blank check from the king to go and trade with, but if we believe the world is flat, we're not going to go. So keep the students engaged. If the students believe in themselves, the learning is a hot knife through warm butter. Let's make sure the students always believe in themselves. If we get students, any learner to love themselves, the learning is the easy part. We don't need all the gadgets and everything, but props to you guys that are building them. All right, thank you.
Jason Lee. Jason Lee.
And hey everyone, I'm Jason Lee. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Option Swing. We have over 450,000 people on Instagram following us today. And what we do is we teach financial education to everyday people. As a lot of you guys know, this award is really just a culmination of the team's efforts helping us get to here. And it's really me accepting this award on their behalf. Thank you to GFEL for the recognition and the honor. And again, thank you to all the educators in this room today, pushing the kind of forward momentum and dream that a lot of people can learn and educate themselves. So thank you, everyone.
Dr. Ingrid Feltz.
Hello, I would like to thank GFL for organizing this amazing event. It's been a beautiful opportunity to share insights with colleagues across the world and for the acknowledgement of the important work that everyone is doing in education. As the founder and CEO of the Institute for Science, Entrepreneurship and Investments, I would like to thank our president, Mr. John Gomez, who's been promoting digital literacy and optimizing digital fluency in emerging markets across the world. Thank you.
Eric Smith. Eric Smith. All right.
On behalf of Eric, I'd like to accept this. No? No, okay. All right.
You're fired. On behalf of the team at GFEL, I extend my heartiest congratulations to all the awardees this morning. And with that, let's go ahead and take a short coffee break. We'll go ahead and... Did you need something?
Name?
What's your name, sir? Let's give out one more award. How about that? Dr. Hamid Rashan? No. Saif Punjabi. Anybody else? I'll get an award at the end.
Anybody just want one?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on up.
All right, let's take a short coffee break.
We have one more. He's really coming. Let me see his name.
Mohammed Al Safar.
I want to thank GFEL for this wonderful event. I want to thank my family, my wife, and kids. Thank you very much. Thank you, City of Denver. Thank you.
All right, let's do this one more time. Dr. Hamid Rashan. Eric Smith. Okay, quick, everybody, coffee. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're feeling refreshed and fully caffeinated and ready for the second half of the morning here. As we move into the new normal, it's becoming pretty evident that education sector needs to undergo major upheavals to deliver value to young learners. Keeping this in mind, we have a speaker with us who will focus on the need to humanize teaching and learning approaches and recognize that learning is a deeply connected, lifelong pursuit. Please put your hands together for Peggy Polyhair, founder and CEO of SPED Homeschool, who will share her perspective on this.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's actually Peggy Ployer, but everybody says it wrong. And we call it SPED Homeschool. It just makes it easier. But the acronym, of course, for special ed. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit. So it was interesting. In the awards ceremony before this, there were people who got on the microphone and talked about fun. And they talked about play, stories, trials, homeschooling, and the arts and creativity, and I'm going to include all of that in my talk, and I hope it's entertaining and fun, and it gets you outside of your brain of where you're thinking education's going. And I'm not an educator by trade, I'm a physicist, and I started homeschooling because my kids needed it. And so that's part of my journey and into education and why I created this nonprofit that I run now called SPED Homeschool. But 2 years into my homeschooling career, I realized other parents needed to know what I already had done. So I started sharing and working as a consultant with 2 different state organizations, and from there developed a nonprofit in 2017. And our goal is just to not answer the basic questions, but to develop products to integrate learning across the boards between the sector, the regular education sector and the homeschooling sector, and to help parents be equipped to teach their unique learners at home. And so we do that by collaborating with curriculum developers, tutors, therapists, consultants, homeschool groups, and on, and that's how we get parents the resources that they need. So I'm just going to start by talking about surviving is not thriving. What does that mean? And I hope that today I give you a bigger picture, some anchors that you can take home to launch how you reimagine education, because it's not just about how I've reimagined education, but we each are in different arenas, and we need to take tidbits of what we have accumulated during this week. And I took a lot of notes, and I'm hoping to incorporate a lot of that in my talk, just so to give you some ideas of thinking outside the box on things. But for me, I was a survivor of education. I dealt with a lot of depression, anxiety. I didn't fit in. And in schools, I really struggled. Starting in the 4th grade, I wanted to take my life. And I repeated that desire over and over again into my young adulthood because I didn't understand who I was. I didn't fit in. And not until my oldest went to school and was in the principal's office every day, and the principal said, I think you need to have this child tested. And when the diagnosis of Asperger's came back, and then my parents said, well, Peggy, that's you. Did I understand who I was and why I didn't thrive in the school system? I survived. And when that diagnosis of my son came around, I said, oh, no more. We are going to make this different because I don't want him to go down the same path and feel the same way that I did. I want him to have a different future. Well, I can tell you now, he just graduated from the University of Houston with a degree in biomedical engineering, and that is just so near and dear to my heart. Thank you. But I want to share some other stories with you, stories of thriving or surviving kids. So after I started my own homeschooling experience, my parents started homeschooling. Now, the reason for this was because my parents have adopted 10 children, all with special needs. And they started trying to navigate a lot of the school system with children with very profound learning issues, with fetal alcohol syndrome, with meth effect, and other things that we don't really completely understand. And these kids just need a lot of one-on-one, trying to figure out what the next step is, sometimes every day. And sometimes repeating because their brain, you thought they got it and then they didn't. Well, one of my sisters, Kateri, she was born with anencephaly. Basically the brain stem, that's it. She went to public school, and I'm not dissing public schools. I think any of us would do this, even parents do this. We just babysit them. But my parents kept pushing. There's something in there. We got to connect with her. And they just kept trying and looking for different methods. And they found this eye-gazing method, and she started communicating. There was someone there, and she wanted to let everybody know what she wanted to listen to for audiobooks, how she wanted to interact with everyone. So, and then I have some younger siblings. I still have siblings who are in their teens. My parents are in their 70s. They'll be homeschooling longer than me. But they were born addicted to meth. They have fetal alcohol syndrome. And I don't know if you understand about or know anything about that, and with neuroscience and bubbles in your brain, that is not a good combination. When they hit those bubbles, they just go off onto the easiest thing that's possible. And oftentimes that's really bad behavior. It's going towards the crowds that seem like they're having a lot of fun because it's less work. And so for them, homeschooling was a safe place because it allowed them to be in environments where they had controlled environments. And I can share a story of older siblings who had fetal alcohol and went down some really bad roads. But I don't have a whole lot of time. So anyways, but also I've done consulting did consulting for 17 years with homeschooling parents with special needs kids. And one mom came to me and she said, you know, I have my daughter, she has Down syndrome. I homeschooled her. And then a divorce came about in their family and she had to send her back to school. And she said now her homework is coming home written in somebody else's handwriting, not my daughter's, and I know she knows how to write. That's surviving. They're being pushed so fast through the system that we can't even wait for them to do the handwriting. COVID has opened the eyes of more parents on how learning is not working, but also it's opened their eyes as to how education can be different. I just spoke at 2 homeschool conferences in Texas. Actually, I was in Iowa before I got here, too. But one of the people that introduced me to us in a session in Texas, they had a raise of hands. How many of you are new this year? 75% of the people in that room were brand new homeschoolers. And they were parents of very young children that wanted to school throughout. They are dissatisfied. I have never seen those numbers when I've been speaking at homeschool conferences for a long time. And we're seeing a whole change in the dynamics of home education. Now, in special education, we were always within the top 3. I spoke at the Global Home Education Conference in Russia a couple years ago, and when countries got up and gave their reports of why people are homeschooling, within the top 3 was always special education. And I had the ability to also speak, I was supposed to go to the Philippines last year, but that didn't happen because of COVID, so we did an online conference for that. So what is leading to these issues? And I just want to point out a couple things, and I think they're probably things we all know, but do we know that when we look at them all together? First of all is our lessons and our content and mode of delivery. We are uniform in how we deliver content and the type of content we use. We pick certain learning styles because they're the easiest to teach a group of students, not because they're the most effective. And we know we have a variety of different learning styles in our rooms. The rates of learning, we expect a child to be an average learner and to progress at a specific rate, but not all students do. I even tell my parents when I speak to parents because they come in with the same mentality, and I said, you can have a student who shows no sign of anything, and all of a sudden they take this huge leap. My son was one of those. We had to take standardized tests every year. He showed up as a non-reader, and I kept feeding him audiobooks and doing lessons with reading, The next year he tested from age 11 to 12, he was testing at a college level reader because we didn't push it. We just allowed him to learn at his own pace when we put different avenues of literature into his life through these audiobooks. He was catching on to the vocabulary. He was catching on to the sentence structure and all these things. I didn't have to teach him. The books were doing that. I just had to be patient that the phonics and everything else would fall into place. And of course, we have different learning intelligences. It's easier to teach in a classroom, but what about for a child who learns best when they're outside and they have their brain that's able to expand in those places? And of course, comprehension and evaluation, we stick to tests a lot of times, and there are some kids that just do not show what they know on a test. And then we go to test scores, and we label kids, and we tell kids, this is what you're bad at. And we make sure they know this is what they're bad at. We put them in groups that remind them that they're bad at these things. And we classify our kids. We segregate them. And we tell them, you're good and you're bad. I just heard of a recent study that said a teacher in a classroom decided to flip that model and tell the good learners they were bad learners and the bad learners they were good learners. And after the end of a month-long process of this, they actually flipped roles. Because it's what you tell them that they believe about themselves. And you've got to remember that they all have potential. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to think I'm just picking on public schools, private institutions. Homeschoolers do the same thing. And we've watched homeschoolers over the last 20 years replicate the school system, and their students are experiencing the same issues. So I call it the funnel approach fallout. This is why we see an increase in depression. This is why we see an increase in anxiety, performance. Our kids fear it. In this repetitive fears, they develop PTSD. They have bullying, segregation, dropout rates, and low transition readiness because the way we educate them sets them up for that. But what does this look like reimagined? So it starts with following a dream. And it's a dream that you have for wherever you've been placed. It's not a dream for somebody else's classroom, for somebody else's institution, it's for yours. For me, it was my home. I had to dream that dream for my kids and for my family of what education would look like. I didn't experiment, being the physicist that I am. And long story short, we ended up doing unit studies because my kids were not bouncing on the couch while I was reading to them, and they were not hiding out when I said we had to do a workbook page. So, but I love this quote from Joel Comm. He says in his book, The Fun Formula, I just finished reading this, it's quite the book. He said, part of following a dream is having the courage to create your own models of action, to find your own way of doing things. Are you going to be courageous to try something new, to create a new model? Maybe to integrate a whole bunch of things that you've learned here this week into your own unique approach. We have a very unique home, and I was encouraged by Jill to share a video with you of what my home looks like in the morning. And if you haven't been to see Cirque du Soleil while you're here, you're going to see a little bit of Cirque Deployer. I actually do aerial silks. So here's a 2-minute video. Do I have to press it again? Yeah. Just hit the button? Okay. There we go. And I want to point out, when I get to the top, watch that I'm talking to my son when I get up there, as he's bringing his laundry down. And then he'll come down the stairs and walk around me. And then my husband will come down the stairs. Thank you. If you want to follow me on Facebook, I actually post these when I'm home. I'm on the road for 6.5 weeks right now, but that's my Friday share. I have friends that keep saying, come on, keep sharing. I do this every morning when I'm at home. But as you can see, my family's quite comfortable in it. And our family, we have been homeschooling for 19 years, and learning just happens within our home. You hear my son playing his electric guitar. You see, experiments happening in my kitchen all the time. And it just has become a way of life for us. But that's because we dared to reimagine what learning would look like and went with it instead of holding back and saying, well, it's an experiment. You're always going to learn something from an experiment. You're never going to be at a loss. It's like when my son went to welding school, the one that has a degree now in biomedical engineering, he thought he wanted to be a welder. So he went to welding school, and he came home and he said, I don't think so. And then he thought, well, I wasted all that time. I said, oh, no, you didn't. You know how to weld. As an engineer, that is a benefit. It wasn't a waste of time. It's never a waste of time. We always learn something when we try something new. So, how do we reimagine the the school education funnel? Well, I loved on day one, we were told to get mad about what we have seen, this survival mode that's happening over and over again. And for me, being on the spectrum, I don't get mad. I empathize. Well, not really empathize. I feel over and over again. I don't know if you understand much about autism, but we don't have mirror neurons as much as normal people do. And so if you tell me a story, I can't sympathize with you, but if I've lived that experience, I relive it while you're telling me. And that is what I use to fuel what I do, because I remember what it was like to have my son diagnosed. I remember what it was like to be that struggling child, and that's what fuels on my mission and what I do. But you have to connect with what fuels you, because that's what's going to propel you to reimagine and go on. It is now said that our children who are teenagers today will switch careers 7 times in their lifetime. That's not jobs, careers. And so we were talking earlier today about employers and what they're looking for. I love that passions was the second thing listed on there on what kids follow, because they have to know what they're passionate about. Because when that one job ends, that passion has to take them to the next career, the next training, the next job. There are things changing so quickly in our world that they have to be ready to adapt. not just have the head knowledge. They need to know who they are and how they can move forward with those passions and reinvent themselves over and over again. Also, on the first day, we talked about deschooling. That's something we talk about in the homeschooling world all the time, because we try to remind parents that classroom instruction is not lifetime learning. We want to create lifetime learners, those that absorb. I just love that my kids want to pick up things all the time and learn and learn and learn, because they didn't get what I got. When I graduated from college, I'm like, I'll never want to learn again. I just want to be done with this stuff. But then I started teaching my kids and realizing, wow, history is actually fun, because we read biographies and went to reenactments, and there's something different about that than being taught out of a history book. Also, we need to emphasize neurodiversity, and because I deal in the special education field, understanding that when we have a disability, it's actually an advanced ability. Just like what I've been talking about with my spectrum issues. I tell my husband, my brain is like a freight train. I can go fast and hard and not pay attention to anything around me. And people ask me, how do you get things done? Well, I get things done because I ignore everything else. That doesn't mean that I'm very effective with my relationships and other things. I have to plan that. But I always tell my husband, if you want to go for a walk with the dog, just remember to put it in my schedule, because then I slow that train down enough to be able to do that. But you can't interrupt me in the middle of it. And when I was teaching my son about his dyslexia, we read the book, The Gift of Dyslexia, and how it's a superpower to be able to flip things 8 different ways all at the same time. Yes, it makes reading very difficult, but if you would apply it into other places in life, wow. He's the one who got me started in doing my weekly broadcast. He's the most creative person that I know. But we can't tell him, this is your disability and this is why you don't fit in. This is your ability and this is what makes you special. And also hope and perseverance. Our kids need to see beyond just the here and the now. The one thing that I've loved doing is getting kids into biographies and heroes who made an impact, because they are the next generation of heroes. They don't know it. We have to get them to that point where they believe that and realize that you are the ones people are going to be talking about in the future. Do you believe that? Some alternatives to consider. Collaboration. You know, homeschool pods were a big thing last year. I guess I was ahead of my time. I created a homeschool pod 17 years ago. But just small learning environments where collaboration happens with different aged children and from different socioeconomic areas. We had 3 families. Each of our families had 1 child on the spectrum. So at least 1 child. Now all 3 of mine actually have been diagnosed on the spectrum. But they understood how to treat that other sibling in the other family group, because, hey, that's what my sibling does. We're welcome to that. But then they had to work on projects together. It was our way of creating a small community and building on that. But the things that we really made sure the kids knew when they were working together is that all brains matter. All talents and gifts are required. Your perspective matters. I don't care if you're 3, I don't care if you're 16. You have something to input into this group. And your uniqueness makes you strong. It makes you even more valuable, not less. Flexible schedules. I was on a panel once, and somebody had asked the panelists, well, when do you start school with the teenager? And I was afraid to answer because we start afternoon. And one of the other panelists said, well, I start afternoon. I was like, oh, hallelujah, I'm in the safe place. Their circadian rhythms are completely different. We have the ability to give children now self-paced learning, to learn on their own schedules, when they are at their optimal thinking. And And if we can delve into that, embrace that, the school doesn't just happen between 9 to 5 or whenever your school goes in and out. They can learn all the time. Can you give them access to learning outside the classroom when they are more coherent and able to learn? And then, of course, the self-paced mastery. The thing that I always cringe at when I see IEPs from parents is that this child will pass a test at 30% and then be passed on to the next grade level. Well, that's not mastery. That's just pushing them along. And at 30%, you create a gap, but then the next year they're only at 30%. You've just compounded that gap. And they get pushed on and on and on, and we wonder why, when we graduate them from high school, they have nothing that they can cling to as far as knowledge, because it's so messed up. I often tell parents when I'm teaching homeschool conferences that you may have to teach a curriculum, if it's written for 1 year, maybe 1 year, but maybe 2 or maybe 3. And that's okay, because mastery is what you want, not to just get through the curriculum. And of course, we have global resources. COVID opened that. I love now that we can, my daughter has been taking tutoring from a gal in French for 4 years. Her tutor has lived in northern Texas. Her tutor has lived in Houston, Texas, in Japan for 1 year, and now she's back in Texas again. But she was able to keep that consistent teacher over all 4 years because we are able to connect on the internet. All right, I'm getting down on time here. So I'm just going to say, we can change the world one child at a time. It's nice to have big goals, but we need to start small. We need to start with where we're at. And that's what I did when I started teaching my kids. And you've been put in a unique place. You have unique children. By meeting their needs, you meet their family's needs. And by meeting their family's needs, you start to meet a community's needs. And by meeting a community's needs, you change the world as it spreads out. So I just want to encourage you to start where you're at, one child at a time. And connect with me. My website is spedhomeschool.com. We also have a learning platform we just launched called empoweredhomeschool.com. Oh, I got that wrong. It's empoweredhomeschool.org. It's not network. But I also do a live broadcast on Tuesday nights. It's live on YouTube, Facebook, and Periscope, and I do an interview, actually, with different experts. So either in the special education realm or the homeschooling realm, we do different topics every month, and we just finished child behavior and how behavior is actually communication. Anyways, so you can connect with me on social media, but we partner with people. So if you want to if you feel like my business would be great for homeschoolers, I want to connect with you. Even if it's not for special ed, I'd like to tell you how to connect with the homeschool community. It's kind of secluded sometimes, but I've been in it for, well, almost 20 years. So I have a lot of connections. But thank you for your time, thank you for listening, and thank you for this platform.
That was your parting gift. Thank you. All right, one more time for Peggy, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now we'll move forward to the much-awaited VC panel discussion, which looks at how high-tech tools and skilled educators can help enhance learning outcomes. The title of the topic is Teaching Excellence and Technology Innovations, Empowering Students to Engage and Learn. I'd like to invite Heather Wild, who is the Digital Solutions Lead at the Difference Consulting, to initiate the proceedings. Please welcome her to stage. Nice to see you again, Heather.
Hello.
And you can be there, yeah, if you like.
Hello. So I would like to introduce our
Do you have a mic?
Oh, do I need?
Let's get you a mic, fellas. We'll just use one of these.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, I'm mic'd.
Okay.
I think that, and if you just want to button it onto like your top of your shirt there. Beauty. Sure, come on up.
Hello?
Test.
Hello, everyone here? Okay, cool. All right, so I'd like to introduce Scott Hardy, who is CEO and angel investor, Martin Rowinski, who is the CEO and co-founder of Boardsy and author of The Corporate Matchmaker, Ivo Lucas, who is a serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and the founder of 24 Notion, David Amata, who is a partner at Edgewood Ventures, and Daniel Corliss, who is a VC, and he's in healthcare and employee benefits. So thank you, everyone on the panel, and while they're getting mic'd up, let's give them a round of applause for being here.
Testing, testing, got me? All right.
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Testing.
Okay, so if everyone just wants to go down the line and give about 45 seconds on who you are, where you're from, and why education is important.
Sure. Me? I'm David Imada with Edgewood Ventures, a VC company, but also entrepreneurs. And we're interested in education, distance learning due to the virus and pandemic. And we came here because I'm trying to get content for our platforms, and we're interested in helping people. So we're based in Silicon Valley, and I'm a local resident here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Hardy. I'm a pharmacist by training. In my heart, I'm a teacher. I've had a really awesome 20-year career. It's moved in ways I couldn't imagine. My area of expertise has been more in the adult education. I've been adjunct professor in a few different places. I've written for the largest circulatory magazine for pharmacists, Pharmacist Letter, for a number of years. Do quite a bit of investing and also on board of advisors for many VC firms.
Hi, my name is Daniel Corliss. I've worked in healthcare for a little over a decade now, have a diverse background in that. Worked on just about every side of it. Healthcare is a big ball of wax. Today, I have a core agency, an independent agency that I run. So I work with health and benefits advisors and agencies, and I also work with healthcare providers as a consultant and advisor for their practice. I also have a general agency with a couple other partners of mine, so we sell health plan products and services into health plans around the nation, and we also build health plans for employer groups that are custom fit for those employers, their members, their budget, and their needs, their healthcare needs. So we think that's important. Also a VC and an angel investor. That's been an exciting development in the last year or so within what I do in healthcare. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Martin Rowinski, CEO of Boardsy, also an early stage investor and a book author. We at Boardsy specialize in connecting, utilizing our private network of C-suite executives and connecting them with companies to build out board of advisors or board of directors. We work with startups all the way up through public companies. And when it comes to education, obviously it's super important, all the way from youngsters to actually where I live in my world of C-suite executives. And when being on a board, certification and continued education is super important. And a lot of that is actually done online and recertification. So that's my education section as far as talking about it with our executives and making sure that they're continuing their education with that.
Hello guys, my name is Ivo Lucas. I'm a serial entrepreneur as well as an angel investor. So during the day I run an agency called 24 Notion. So we basically are an integrated marketing with emphasis in CSR. So we're number 12 in corporate social responsibility. Have a passion in education, technology, as well as healthcare. This is why we're here. So excited about meeting all of you guys, for you guys to be here, and look forward to have a great discussion. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we've got some VCs on this panel. It's a VC panel. So I want to ask for, like Martin, what do you look for when you're investing in an ed tech company?
Well, being that our company obviously puts boards together, after listening to a regular pitch, one of the first things that we look for is who's on the team and who's really going to drive the company. Of course, we love the passion of the CEO, possibly the team, the co-founder, COO maybe. But at the end of the day, whatever the business motto is, whether it's e-commerce or maybe it's some kind of a service, who's driving that business and who's going to be their connection to, if it is a product, how are they going to distribute it? Do they have anybody on their board that they're working with? So I really do focus a lot on who's on the board and who's really behind that company.
See a lot of heads nodding there. Anyone else have comments to say about that?
Sure.
David.
So in addition to the team, we look for the core team, which is a good CEO with good credentials and experience in the industry. Also, they need a CFO and a CTO or CIO. That's your business model. You have the finance, tech, and business. We also look for disruptors. Okay, that's the key word. Who's disrupting the industry? And are they ready to go to market? First to market wins. That's our mantra. Time is not our friend. First to market wins. And just the things that I've seen, that people don't take into account is that don't put the CEO. I've had a case where CEO was the wife of the founder. She had no experience. She's the CEO. I passed on that pitch really quickly.
I would also add that I think diversity in your founders is super important as well. So you can have some of the smartest founders, a group of 3 or 4, they're just the smartest at what they do, right? They've built just a hell of a technology, a hell of a service or solution. But if they can't sell and pitch that service, you got to realize that no matter who you are and where you came from, if you're a founder of a company, you're in sales. Congratulations. You're a salesperson now. So you got to be able to adequately deliver what it is that you're doing, how that's going to solve problems for people, and be a showman. And so I think that's a key factor that a lot of people don't realize how important that is when you're pitching not only investors, but potential clients and channel partners and other users of your service and solution.
That's correct. You're the face of the company.
Evo?
I think that's great. The other thing is when you look at people, I love it, the people, but also, the product, right? I think the product is so key. When we look at some of investing as well and talking with founders and co-founders, I think your product is really interesting. Do a lot of market research, competitors. Oftentimes that was kind of one of the big holes, actually, the gap that, hey, this product has actually already been on the market for so long, and some competitors already have it. So you need to really create that bridging the gap to make sure that your product has differentiation, but also why is it solving the problem?
Great. So in the last year, we've seen some great strides using tech tools like Zoom, Blackboard, and others to rise to help teachers cope with distance learning, but we've also seen them fail spectacularly. Will adding technology just lead to non-productive struggle and frustration?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I have a 10-year-old boy at home, so COVID really kind of break that whole, instead of going to school, we had a hybrid. It was a total failure, let me tell you that. And I think that it's not so much of the technology. I feel like it's there, right? There's Zoom, there is Google Meetups and things like that. I think the education, the school system hasn't really caught up with it. As a result, relying on all of the teachers to become the IT department, and that becomes an issue too. So, and obviously, as you know too, when my boy ended up was that, hey, we're not going to school, we're going to do an online, and we all got online. The first day, we have like kids crying. I mean, that was kind of like tough to watch that, right? And then we had the teacher drop off from the Zoom as well. So I think that was really a disruption, I mean, she dropped off, they're like, what do we do? Nothing, froze, everybody was freezing. I think there's a huge disruption here that happens with the COVID-19 as well. I think it's key to know that there's a process, but also there's a system, but also hire an IT consultant maybe for each of the education system to help them out, just to kind of set them up, then essentially they could kind of go on. So there's an infrastructure issue here that we see. And also, I think the willingness for the parents to be patient, I think those are key as well.
Scott?
Yeah.
So my daughter started kindergarten. She was 5, and we have a very good support system at home, but it was tough. It was tough, and you know, not only, you know, I remember looking at this social media meme that came across, and cute little blonde-headed girl's hair is all messy, and you know, imagine your first day of school ever, and you need to open an email, interact, and we felt it at home, and there was also privacy concerns had came up that my wife had reached out, and she said, hey, you know, you deal in this world a little bit, Scott. And I said, well, I'm a pharmacist, hold on. But, you know, I can logically look into it. And she said, you know, who else is watching our daughter while this is happening? And so I think there's a good opportunity there for just that engagement piece, not only from this one snippet of time in this very young first-time experience, but as an adult learner too. It's very hard to keep my attention, to keep me engaged. Is something, you know, I have a very short attention span. When I'm on it. But I think there's a huge opportunity in that two areas, on the security side, the assurance side for the parents, and as well as just keeping them engaged at all levels.
I want to add on to that, because I think that's, you know, we, as educators, I'm sure you guys are very used to talking about, you know, K through 12 and children, but you know who's also really tough to engage as adults. Not only to engage, but then to, you know, get their attention and see that they're absorbing. So in healthcare, like, I can speak, how many to you in this room can intelligently, like very confidently say that you can talk to me about what a deductible, co-insurance, co-pay, maximum out-of-pocket, individual out-of-pocket, family out-of-pocket, embedded versus non-embedded, like communicating all of that to you about your health and benefits plan, how many of you are going to retain all of that information at an open enrollment meeting for like 10 minutes? Whether I'm in person or not, you forgot about that the moment you walk out of that room and have your packet with your health plan information. So like, this isn't a new problem. So like, I think we have to continue to get better at making sure people are staying engaged, staying a sponge, and that we're communicating that information better and better and better as we go on. Because, you know, healthcare is maybe not a good example because we built that intentionally to be confusing so that we can make a bunch of money and you guys are all left confused, right? I mean, that's
You mean
healthcare.
school wasn't meant to be confusing in general?
No, I mean, it was made that way intentionally. You don't need all of these different variable co-pays and co-insurance and deductibles. It's not necessary. It never was. But we've designed it that way, and all of you are fooled into thinking that that's how it needs to be for some reason, and it's not. But
Dude.
So we've taken a different approach from what you're talking about. Although we're VCs, we're entrepreneurs. We started our own iPal robotics teaching platform next door. Because we're looking at going back to class and engaging the student after being non-engaged for all these years, or a couple of years for it. And what we discovered in talking to people like yourself, and they're coming to us, is that you have to engage the student. So again, I'm not plugging our company, but you know, engaging it, have good content, and also be able to provide, you know, like specifically STEM, but good content on it. You know, everything's like media today. You got content to drive people's attention, right? You got to get content, and we feel that there isn't enough content out there. A lot of people say they got content, but it's not there. So if you can focus on, and then the content can also go after school back home. So you got the in-person, you got some technology, you know what the platform is, they can interact with it, you got content, they can reinforce the content back home, because they already got that. But trying to teach that content in STEM and other things by itself online, or with your parent, impossible. I took myself online classes, I failed miserably, because I took 3D modeling, I could not grasp the concept. Twice, it just, some things don't translate to online. But if I had in-house, in-life person, then I got the labs, as they say, and then I can do it at home. That would help me a lot. So, we're just looking at a different approach. We're thinking we're going back to school. Okay? Hybrid, forget it. We want our kids, I don't have kids, but go back to school, learn, engage. You have to re-engage them again because they've been so distracted, from my opinion. Even if they go back to school, they're going to be wondering, hey, I'm back in school, but can I go, do whatever it is because, I've been used to do that, acting up or. So that's my point. Sorry, didn't keep.
No, it's okay.
We just have a different approach, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, when COVID hit, I felt so lucky because I didn't have any kids in school. They're all adults. And I was like, whoa, man, just missed that one. I can't imagine what my life would have been like. And I sincerely felt bad for the parents that all of a sudden had to stay home and pivot their work, and they're working from home and at the same time educating. I mean, that's not an easy task. And the tools, like we were talking about, jump on a Zoom call. And my sister-in-law, she has a kid, and he's been struggling just in regular school, ADD medicine and all that, and now he's on Zoom, and she's working from home, and all of a sudden she sees her son, instead of on a Zoom being educated, he's in the kitchen making himself some food, and she's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I hit the leave button. It said leave, so I just left. And I'm like, well, that actually makes sense. It does say leave, you can just leave. So I think small things like that, like, hey, maybe the button shouldn't be there, or maybe you should really explain what you're about to do. But yeah, I think engagement is definitely necessary. You're sitting there in front of a screen and just listening to a teacher, and it really makes me think about, when kids, before they even go to kindergarten, and all the old games that they used to play, teaching you the ABCs and all that, they were engaged in those games. They were clicking, maybe back in my day they weren't clicking anything, but they were using a mouse. But that engaged them. So it's like, how can you do a mixture of that, where it's, maybe it is a Zoom call or some kind of other platform, but actually gets them also engaged, so they're partaking and doing something. And like he was saying, if they're not going to a lab and doing a chemistry, how do you simulate that? But
one of my biggest pet peeves is when people use the term engagement, like we have this many engaged users in our platform. Well, it's like, oh, okay, because they logged in once. That's engagement to you. So like, I feel like we need to do better too as a society on defining what engagement is.
Absolutely.
Because like, engagement to me is like, I'm actively participating. I'm excited. My eyes aren't leaving the screen. I'm wanting to be there. I'm not in the other room making a bowl of cereal or a sandwich, so.
Question, how many of you use Cisco WebEx to run your online? So one of the tools that Cisco has in their WebEx webinars is it has eye tracking. So like you get a red bar if somebody's actually like looked away from the screen or clicked out of the window. So like you get this like little nanny cam kind of feature. So schools that have used WebEx for that, like they know when the kids aren't paying attention. So
there's a fix for that. There's a hack for that.
Yeah.
Right?
So there's actually an app called Bueller that logs in, like Ferris Bueller, to keep your account active online. So Scott, you mentioned privacy as a concern, and that's something that really needs, there's the COPA laws, the Child Online Privacy Protection Act, which means that parents have to allow kids under 13 to use these tools, and yet your child is obviously under the age of 13 and is now required to use Zoom to log into schools. So these are adult tools that they have to use suddenly. How should people feel about that?
Scott?
Yeah.
Same concern.
Yeah. So, just looking at it from the lens of a parent, right? You have this cute little 5-year-old. Fortunately, she looks more like her mother. We were all worried about that in the beginning, but it does kind of unnerve you to think these are concerns that we have. I was a part of the information earlier about decision makings. We're grasping all these major decisions and minor decisions. These are things that none of us could have thought of. You know, it's tough. I think that there's a great opportunity there. And you were speaking a little bit about on the health side of the house as well.
Yeah, even for adult, virtual visits when we, have a visit with our doctor online, right? Telehealth has completely gone to that. It's not just telehealth anymore, it's virtual virtual primary care visits. It's like the whole thing. So security and privacy protection should be a key concern, whether it's a child or whether it's your health information, those are problems that I think either industry needs to be solving and thinking about continuously.
So I have first-hand knowledge of just in the medical field, but privacy-wise. A lot of companies rely too much on paper, saying, okay, my subcontractors and employees subscribe to the PHI regulations, the HIPAA requirements that they call business associate agreement that says I'm not going to do anything. It's just paper. On a higher level, I took my online classes, my two-year college in California. It's kind of crazy, the privacy issue. So if any students that want to be on Zoom, being recorded, we have to all be no face on. One person objected. Didn't make any sense. And then we could be on, but then when recording came up, we had to turn off our screens. Didn't make any sense either, right? We're going to school, the teacher can see you in the real class. What's the difference between, So there has to be consistency. Again, just going back to the child, there has to be consistency. Government regulations don't always make sense, as you guys know, correct? So maybe it might take some legislative changes to make it, because government's always behind technology. So what we're talking today is already outdated, right? Any safeguards they put in is no longer relevant. So we have, as innovators and education, we've got to partner, come up with the best ways to protect, because you know better than us, you're in the front lines.
Yep. Ivo?
If COVID would have happened when I just wanted to make a quick little comment. I've always wanted to be in a room full of teachers and educators, because if COVID would have happened when I was a child, my teachers would have been celebrating the fact that I was going to be staying home and not coming to the classroom. So I do want to say, if you have any of those children in your class, please be patient. They might turn out okay, and it might not be all bad. But
You're not great.
Yeah, you totally great.
As far as we know.
Yeah, you're clean shaven, a nice suit, so you're good.
Well, I was going to say about the cybersecurity, I would also worry about the strangers, right? Like someone hacking through our room. So how many of you guys know Scratch? It's part of MIT. Yep. So I'm sure many of you guys use that. My boy used that, all of his friends. And at one point, when we went through this hybrid, I pulled them out from school, but they meet at Scratch, so they literally meet at Scratch and they'll play games together. They could have like a decent version of Roblox or Minecraft, and they could chat with each other. Make a long story short, one of the girl actually her father didn't know that you could chat with each other until someone else, stranger, kind of logging into the room chat with all of our kids. So he banned that, obviously. So I think that's another issue also with cybersecurity, and I think with the WebEx and Zoom, I think all these companies should really create a policy or some sort of a YouTube thread, right? Like, how do you want to filter that? I think it depends on you guys as a parent or teacher, educator. Make sure that you kind of put that on top of your mind to make sure there's extra security for all those kids.
Last thing I'm going to bring up as an entrepreneur venture capitalist is that education, trying to get new technology, is the hardest thing. Is like breaking a stone with a little hammer. Okay? You can't get decision makers so bureaucratic. My experience, IT people are very defensive because they don't want to say they don't know anything. And there's no consistency. So again, you have to reach out to your different schools and say, let's look at innovation, give it a try. Give people opportunity, because the big brand guys may not be the best, right? Startup people like us could be of help, but they'd have to be open to change. And again, education in general is slow to change.
Well, you're running up against two things that you've mentioned. One, that there's legislations that need to be changed in order for things to happen. And two, that education in general is slow to change. But technology itself moves pretty fast.
Correct.
So when considering investing in an educational company, what considerations do you need to pay to how long this tech is going to be relevant and supported? I mean, it seems different than like normal tech. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it is. And I mean, now let's think about that for a second. You know, I'm sure there's been plenty startups out there, not to say taking advantage of COVID, but obviously trying to solve a problem. And, you know, here we are, kids are going back to school. My question is, where did those that got funded, where do those startups stand now? And where do those venture capitalists or, you know, early stage startup people that put money in, where do they stand? My opinion is they you know, should definitely make it more truly engaging, because I think there will be certain kids that are going to stay home and for other reasons than just COVID and be continued education from home. But I think if that's going to happen, definitely a lot of all the problems we've been bringing up need to be addressed.
I've got a thought. So how is everyone feeling about, so education and healthcare were two industries that were sort of like largely disrupted by this pandemic, and it'll probably never be the same. It's going to change the way that we interact with our providers, our physicians, the way that we go and seek care forever. Is the same thing going to happen with schools? That's the first question I would ask is, are we going to continue to ask kids to wake up in the morning, put on their shoes, and show up at a place all together and, you know, show up at a school at a certain time? Or is the model going to go away from that? Is the model going to stay, are the teachers going to go out into the communities and meet the kids where they're at going forward? And I think that's something to consider as you're building solutions and making progress in your field, is because, you know, I always, as an investor, I want to meet the line where the trend is going. I don't want to look in the rear view ever. Like, I want to be an innovator. I want to support innovative thought leaders and companies that are going in the direction of where the market and the demand is going. And with education, I feel like I'm seeing and hearing a lot of that happen, where it's kids aren't really going to be lacing up their shoes and going to a school so much anymore in the future. I think that's going to be in reverse. Yeah, I have more to say about that, but show of hands, how many of you agree that that's kind of where it's trending, or am I completely off?
Well, quick question though. How many of your schools are Windows-based? How many are iPad-based? And how many like use Macs or don't care? So, like yeah, I mean, most of the school districts I deal with are still on Windows, and like they are barely upgraded to 10 now. You know?
That's crazy.
Yeah, and now Windows 11 is coming out, and God help them if they upgrade to that.
So building on to your question, when we have invested, by the way, so we're not just speaking of it, and I'm pretty good, and the party pretty good in determining which is a pet rock, which would be disruptive, innovative, and which have continued longevity. So we look at the disruptive of the past. Uber thought it was it's going away, right? It stayed. Airbnb was going to go away. It stayed. A lot of these things. So we look at companies that we have staying power, can adapt, and also collaborate with other companies to cross-platform. For example, again, going back to ours, we have content. Other people are going to give us more content. We don't have any STEM, they're going to give us STEM, right? We can cross-platform to international because our software, again, just in general, can translate both ways. So if you look at those type of things from an investment point of view, we're looking at longevity, what has the best chance to go forward. Anything doing with Zoom, we're not doing anything with any companies that talk about Zoom. We sold our Zoom stock. Okay, it's not going to grow. They may go back to a hybrid, but most companies, they want to get back to productivity. I mean, I can speak myself, but you know, they're wasting real estate, right? They pay for all this square footage. It's wasted. They can't sell it or lease it because it's inventory, excess inventory. People come back in. So that's what we look for. I mean, I'm sure they look for other things, but we're looking for companies that we believe, based on our analysis, will move up, trend, adapt, and utilize other people's smartness. We don't know everything. They come into us, and we brainstorm with them. That's what we do.
Yeah, I want to go back to your point though about the Windows or iPad or tablet and 11. I mean, that's also important, right, for each school to upgrade them because that's the vulnerability of cybersecurity, right? Like you could hack through it and things of that nature. But I think above and beyond too is like not only keeping up with the capabilities of the tech, but I think this is why if you guys are in a startup company or starting something out, this is an opportunity to innovate, you know? And this is where we're going as a hybrid and we're going to school this fall, technically, right? We are going to school, but there's an opportunity for you guys to focus on how would that hybrid looks like, right? I mentioned about engagement. How do you create a pack? So, you know, I recently found this, it's out of the box, you could buy it, I don't know, Barnes & Noble. It's basically a tinkering, like STEM project. You could take it out, it's made of cardboard. My boy and I, we kind of make stuff together, and then you could kind of literally make a specific lights that kind of light up. So those are the things that I feel like engagement need to be embedded, incorporated with the hybrid model or as we go into online. So essentially maybe you could, you know, I don't know, from the education system, if you stay at home and there might be a cost association with it, then maybe you could send this pack once a month that essentially the teacher and the kid and the parent could tinker on it and build those things together. Hence, like Scratch, you know, MIT was so great. So I think that technology is always evolving, and I think it is part of our, you know, opportunity to create that. How do you bridge that gap, right? How do you come up to the next level thing so you could kind of basically bridging that gap?
Can I get a quick one back on the IT and colleges, if I may? We have 30 seconds. But, so I have direct experience. I was director of purchasing for Fort Campus College in California. Fortunately, you know, the office staff was Windows, school was Mac. Cheapest price won, request for bids. We had no choice. So again, you have to change the decision makers on that side of the house. They're going by, you know, it's the cheapest one, right? That's what it is. So unfortunately, you have to change that whole culture, which is change the battleship. It's not going to happen. So, sorry, but that's real life experience. I can speak totally on that side of the house.
So when startups are designing or coming up with ideas, how important is it, like for an educational technology company, to ask the teachers what they need?
Oh, definitely. Oh, sorry.
Well,
I think it's important. I know.
I was going to say definitely should have some people on their board. Not to pitch that one, but yeah, if you don't have educators and you're working on that kind of a startup, you got to have somebody on your board so you can get that feedback. Absolutely.
I would do teachers and also the parent and the kids, you know, maybe high school kids and whatnot, you know, from different subject line, the STEM, you know, STEAM right now. And then it could also be like the coach, maybe some of the athlete coach. I think those are important because they're the users, right? I mean, it's important. Every teacher also have a different style in terms of teaching. But I think that I realized that it is so much more than just teaching. It's so much creating a relationship. You know, it's just like anything else. So I think it's key as a teacher to create that relationship, especially with the startup funding. You want to have the focus group and user group from different type of walks of life. It could also be the receptionist at the school. You know, I had a conversation with her all the time when we chat. I think it's good for them to be part of the user and part of your boards as you create your startup, you know, board advisory.
If you guys a quick cheat sheet. So if you can't afford somebody on your board or pay a teacher educator, they become a special advisor. Okay, they do nothing, they just have the name. Also, it's true, you know, you have to look at the team. Also, if you get somebody from the local board of education, whatever they call it there, that helps you because you might have to go with the minefield of bureaucracy and education. They know the internal mechanisms of the education process. And it's good to get diverse teachers in different skill sets. And of course, because when we look at the team, in education startup, we're going to look for that.
Yeah, when I'm building a good, strong advisory board, I'm looking for people that look good in a Brooks Brothers suit, and
or dress.
Just kidding. I feel like, you know, in the, like to what you said, there's information's up here, the teacher is here, and then you have the students here, and so basically it's the teacher's job to pull that information, communicate that to the best way that student or that set of students is going to learn it. So like me, I'm more of like I don't read books well. I have to listen to books. So I listen to audiobooks constantly, and that's how I retain information best. So that's just one example. A good teacher is going to know how their audience is being the most receptive to that information, how that information needs to be disseminated. Because you can be like a super smart person, and I know a bunch of them. They're horrible communicators. They're really smart, but they're just like, I'm not getting it. You know, I need someone who's a good communicator and understands the knowledge and that can pass that down to me the way that I need it. Because a good educator will even tell me how I'm learning best without me even knowing it. And I think that's important for you guys to understand, which I'm sure you already know.
That's a good question. So I don't know what the agenda is, but if the panel agree, I'd like to see we get some Q&A because we can always talk. I'd like to see people bounce ideas and questions if we have time because I think that's better interactive.
Do you have
for us.
questions for our panel? All right. Lady in the red, maroon. Let me repeat the question.
Microphone's coming.
Wait, I'm
Thank you.
going to repeat her question when she's done with it. Oh, okay,
I
never
think
mind.
it's Perry Ellis, by the way.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Brooks Brothers. But I wanted to speak to the point that you made about the fact that students will be, what will that look like post-pandemic, and what does that look like going into our future?
Market trend, yeah.
And it's very, very interesting because I left the school district many years ago, back in 2000 to be exact, and I went into school choice, where it really allowed me to open my eyes and become agnostic to the different ways that students could learn. In doing so, I began working with one of the virtual charter schools, national charter schools, and I saw how well they did virtual education and how students were really, really learning. My job with them, they asked me to come in and help to set up what was called blended learning centers at that point, to work with at-risk students who were struggling to work in the online environment and be successful. And it worked beautifully in the middle of Center City, Philadelphia, kids that no one could reach prior to. And so in doing so, I began talking to some of my colleagues who were still working in the school district, and they were saying that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Students can't learn online. Students can't do those kinds of things. But it was interesting when the pandemic hit, it was the very next day that those students that I worked with in Center City, Philadelphia, they had absolutely no break in instruction. It was just literally seamless. It was like, okay, there's something happening outside, but my education continues. But they had the freedom to be able to work in a virtual environment, go inside a classroom, and I think to your point, students have to be given, families have to be given the ability to work and do choice and choose schools that work best for their students. And so we have to become very creative and think outside of the box. I know that's the term we're saying we're not going to use, but we've really got to broaden our horizons and figure out how we can reach students, because we can do it. We just have to be more creative. And we have to also talk to experts who've worked in the field for over 20 years, who've been doing it very, very well, to figure out how to continue to do it and make sure we increase that impact around the country.
I just want to say that's awesome, and I use that term every day, by the way. I think outside the box all the time. It's the only way I get out of it.
Exactly. And in education, we just have to learn to be agnostic, is what I always say. You got to be agnostic. You can't, say that students can only learn this way. That's just not true.
Yeah, thank you so
you're right.
much.
Yeah.
I want to make a quick comment to that. I think that's so important to reach those underserved, at-risk communities. I was a troubled student, and when I made that comment earlier, I wasn't kidding. My parents were going through a divorce when I was about 4th grade. I didn't make it through a grade after that, from 4th all the way through high school. I didn't graduate one single grade. I got expelled every single year for the rest of my school career. And the reason that happened is because nobody really met me where I was at. Everyone expected me to go onto a school campus and interact with other kids and teachers and be happy. That never happened. I was picking fights, I was damaging myself, damaging others' learning experience, and that wasn't conducive for me and it wasn't conducive for others. But if somebody would recognize that and maybe came and met me where I was, and maybe had some mental health, some counseling or something that went along with that that could have helped me, that would have been fantastic, but very important.
Hi, so overarching sequence of events for the actual learning process with the students. Is this better? Perfect, okay. Yes, I too am from Philadelphia, and I worked with the cyber charter system in Philadelphia. Mine happened to have been closed down because of the interaction that they did not want the traditional training along with the cyber training happening in a atmosphere where you can come together in a room such as this and yet have your own personal environment with your own personal instruction. And then in the afternoon, everyone went to do social things and work on pilot projects together and things of that nature. Okay, now meeting these students where they are, they happen to end up in this school system where I was at because of, like you, they were kicked out of their classrooms, kicked out of their schools because they just couldn't behave, or the teachers and the administrators could not figure out how to fit this child development into their proper classroom environment. As a movement specialist, I deal with students one by how they are. So I get the disconnect. Watching these students from kindergarten through to 8th grade is where I was settled in. And they expected even these kindergartners to do the exact same platforming work as everyone else. I heard you ask, did you have an iPad? Did you have a Windows? What did you have? Why can't we offer every student what they want? Have the parent figure out, oh, my child does great on the iPad, or my child is 6 years old and under, they just need to look at pictures and point and click and do this, you know, in this way. They need the iPad versus, oh, suddenly they're 10 years old and it's time for them to transition into another level. Students would destroy their Chromebooks on purpose, throw them down the steps, because, you know, for whatever reason,
because they're terrible.
They need attention. Exactly. We can say they're terrible. We can say whatever you want to say about them, but I love those students. They were some of my favorite people.
No, I meant the Chromebooks are terrible, not the students.
Yes.
Oh. Well, these students that would destroy their terrible Chromebooks, they were some of my favorite people. I loved interacting with them. I understood where they were and why they act the way they act. And yeah, some need wraparounds, but they just need different kinds of interaction. And there were things that attracted them on different levels in their learning than other students. So, you know, say these startup companies get to do something like have a competitive edge where you will have 10 startup companies offering for all of the education systems, whatever you want, an iPad, a laptop, a whole setup, whatever the heck, you know, and just buy the insurance because they will throw them down the steps. This we know. It can happen. So if the child and the family also invest on the opposite end, maybe they can get it for free, but they need to buy insurance in case their child destructs, you know, self and the equipment as well. Then have each school have available their platform, and the teachers have developed whatever they want for their children. And you can download onto your own thing what you need for your kid in that environment, and everyone gets what they need. You have your own personal person that can talk to you about what direction you're going.
That sounds like a great thing to invest in. So
yeah, that kind of a thing. So yeah, so there you go. That's where my head was as I listened to all of this, because it's a wide spectrum. And how do you get a chance to reach everybody? Well, you offer everybody everything.
Perfect. All right, the lady in the blue shawl up front here.
Really puzzled. This is an extremely important panel, and the question Education is about educating future generations of kids who do not have money to pay for this. So we're here at an educational conference where we want to collaborate on how to enhance the system and make a living at the same time. So how do we do this most effectively? There's a mismatch between money and corruption and educating future generations equitably and fairly, especially when you need to make sure that you educate 75% of all of those Americans who cannot afford to pay for it. What you're doing is you're providing lots of products that may or may not be useful. How about focusing on services for those who can't afford it?
If I may, there's two different sides of the table, right? So I work very closely with a lot of venture capital, and I know, but on the other side is angel investing, right? And that's where I spend a lot of resources, both time and money, and they're called angels for a reason. And I know that return is probably not going to be there. So I just want to kind of throw that out.
I love that you just called out venture capital the way that you did. I want to stand and applaud you for that. That was fantastic. You're absolutely right. I have an ethic and a value when I raise money for a company, and I even tell my fellow VCs this. I will not invest in your company if I don't think you're doing things ethically, and if I don't think you're doing things that are aligned with my values, which I hold high for myself. And so that's very important to me. Along with that, what he said, if there's a company that like my fellow venture partners don't want to invest in because the bottom line doesn't make sense for them, I can pull capital resources from other locations to make sure I make that successful. If I want that to be successful and I want to put money and capital and resources behind it, I will do that 100%. You're right though, it's not always the right fit.
Yeah,
and I come from healthcare, which is the most corrupt industry and system in the United States, nay the world actually, and I despise everything about it, and I'm really trying to unwind much of that with the work that I do. So I applaud you.
Yeah,
Thank
but some
you.
defense of venture capitalists, real quickly. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. It's a bad system. However, if you look at the Bill Gates Foundation, how did he make his money? People invested in him. He invested in other products, right? So we do a lot of pro bono things, nonprofit, you don't see. So you can ding us properly, but we're in different foundations or different boards. We do donate generously, technology-wise, services-wise, to help them be more successful. But again, if we don't make a return on investment, we can't stay in business. And again, it's just a pyramid. There's no jobs going through. I understand what you're saying. It's a complex topic to address, and we have to make some small strides going forward.
Okay, and Ivo is going to get the last word here because our time is up. So.
Yeah, so a couple of things. When I started my agency actually a decade ago, I got VC slamming doors on me. I mean, I kid you not, I had over a dozen or plus that I meet in one-on-one. Like zero. No one would invest in me. And they said, Ivo, you're crazy. This is going to fold within the first 2 years. I guarantee you 100%. Those same VC, has been in contact with me throughout the decade. They're like, let me throw you some money, let me throw you some money. But make a long story short, I bootstrapped the agency from the very beginning. And we're like 2x, 3x now, decades later. I never really had to go look for angel investor. But the reason why I'm sitting here, and I think with the rest of you guys as well, is because part of me is like, I want to make sure that I invest in the right company, and whether it's product and services, people, we all have our own kind of take on it. But we also are giving back, right? Because I think that's the key thing for us. This is why we're passionate. This is why I'm passionate. The reason why I could have just decided not want to be on the VC world. I want to change, I want to make a difference. I want to change the world. There's the reason why I'm sitting as an angel investing, and I have my own ethic and value on who do I want to invest. I agree with you, there's so much corruption. It doesn't even just healthcare, it's everywhere. You know what I mean? Corporation, startup, it's just a matter of that person, right? It's either you care, how do you build up from the beginning, and it's not. The other question is from the startup funding as well. It's like, have you guys think about B Corps? We talk about B Corps. There's all this other opportunity as well that you guys could kind of start off. It wasn't just has to be an LLC or Inc. incorporated. There's a B Corp. So it's really a portion of it that you could kind of combine that with your mission as well. And I think lastly, in terms of person, I mean, you're gonna run into all sort of people. I think you just need to make sure that you have that heightened in terms of who you're looking for and what you're looking for.
Cool. And well, thank you, panel, for being here. This has been a very productive, informative panel. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
And thanks again to all the investors for sharing your valuable input with us. We appreciate that. It's very interesting stuff right there. All right. Time for lunch. So let's take that quick lunch break. You all know where the lunchroom and everything is located, the free grub. And we will meet you back here in about an hour. We'll get started promptly. All right. Enjoy your lunch, and thanks for joining us today. Hey, folks, coming up here next, a interactive presentation. If you want to pop on up to the first 3 rows, we'll get that going here momentarily. Hello, folks. Welcome back from lunch and the lunchtime entertainment. Hope you guys had your fill and food and drink. More Diet Coke? We'll bring it in. We'll bring it in. There's a Diet Coke dealer just outside the door, actually. So without further delay, I'd like to kickstart the next session. The keynote speaker will discuss the sensitive topic of trauma and supporting vulnerable students. And as we're all aware, trauma can have a profound and wide-reaching impacts on the physical and social, emotional, and mental health of students. During such challenging times, how can educators help and support students and their families? Please join me in welcoming Jan Perry. She's the Executive Director of America's Finest Charter School. She's going to share with us her experience and insight on this topic. Jan? Got a mic okay? Okay.
I think it's on, yeah. Okay. Okay. How's everybody doing? Good? Can you move up to the first 4 rows so we can all be together? Also, Gary is my wonderful love is passing out raffles. Put your name and phone number on it, and we will get a book to you. We have books, but we forgot they're in the hotel room. But you will win one of these books if we call your name, okay? So put your name on it. Gary will collect it. Or just bring him back to the front so he can sit down. Okay. Just put it right near him, and then we will pull some names at the end of the presentation. Okay. Has everyone gotten a raffle ticket? Just stick them right there, and then we'll pull the names when we're all done. I'll have him put them in his hat. Okay, come on in. Come up to the first 4 rows, please, because this is very interactive. You know, because I've been working in schools for a long time, and teachers will not listen to you unless they are involved, so. It is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If you want, please take a raffle ticket, put your name and phone number on it, and we'll call you after the end of the presentation and get you a book. I didn't write the book, but it's a good book. So, hey, Gary, ready? All right. How to work with students and families that have experienced trauma. Okay, I dedicate this to Gary. It says, healing is never complete until we are truly healed. May the universe send someone who will sincerely care to listen. So I have found over the years that in order to heal, you really have to talk about your trauma to somebody or write it down so that way you get it out. And this is my school, America's Finest Charter School. Let's see, it's diverse, supportive community. We're named America's Finest Charter School because San Diego is America's finest city, so that's why I came up with the name. And we are the finest school, so that's how we came up with it. The whole reason why the school was founded is because my parents were both immigrants. My mother came from India and my father's family from Romania. And they were very hard workers. They came with nothing, and they built a good life for themselves and their kids. And, you know, I want the kids in our school to achieve their American dream, whatever it may be. But, you know, you have to work hard, right? And you have to have people to help you. So our school is located in the poorest neighborhood of San Diego. 98% of our students are below the poverty level. So we do have a lot of students coming into our school with trauma. If you ask the class how many of their family members are in jail or have been in jail, a lot of kids will say that, yes. If you ask if there's been drugs involved, yes. Abuse, yes. So, I mean, if you look at our school, the kids coming in are already coming in with trauma. This is our motto. Work hard, learn everything you can, always do your best, help others, and success will follow. And every day we say the Pledge of Allegiance and the motto. So that's what we do every single morning. Okay. How journaling helps release trauma. Okay. So all of you probably have a little story about trauma in your life. And I feel very comfortable to share my story now. I probably wouldn't have felt comfortable before I met Gary, but I have told him everything. So I had a pretty good life growing up. I lived in the upstate New York, and my parents were both teachers. And you know, I had a pretty normal middle class, you know, they were hardworking. I got to do everything I wanted. I had friends. And then I got very proficient in music. And I started going to a special piano teacher that was specializing with kids that were gifted in music. And as the years went by, he started getting, you know, touching me in inappropriate places. So I never told anybody for a long time, and it was a trauma that was inside of me, and it really affected me with relationships and with trust issues and just issues. So, I mean, I felt like that trauma really determined my future in some bad ways. And I kind of talked about it, and I released it, and it really helped me, you know. And I know kids in my school have so much trauma. Maybe that's just one of the things they have, but they might have 10 areas of trauma, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. So I want you to take your journal book. You don't need 5 minutes. Just write down something that you want to share with yourself about trauma that you experienced that could have affected your life. This is only for you. You don't need to share it with anybody else. But I think it's really important that sometimes you go to a conference and it's the first time somebody actually, you know, helped you along with that. So I'll give you about 3 minutes. Okay. If you feel comfortable and you want to share it with the person next to you, go ahead. If you don't, just put your hands up if you are ready to go on. Okay. I think some people need a little bit more time. That's what we're going to do next. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is her book. Oh, Nadine, you mean? Nadine Burke? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I never heard the other one. Okay, so is there anyone that would like to share something that they've overcome or they feel comfortable sharing with the group? Yes? Okay. Would you like to repeat that, please?
Yes, I can repeat that. So I had an employer who was a very negative person and used a lot of negative statements and never made you feel that you were a worthwhile employee, and always everything was a high priority to her, and everything, if you didn't do something the way she wanted it to be done, she really always made you feel really little. And she said, I'm always right and I don't like to be told no. I always get what I want. And so when she runs a company and you work under her, it's very hard to feel you have any self-confidence. So for 3 years, I took a lot of verbal negativity, and that really impacted my ability to move forward in my career, causing me almost to walk away from my education and my passion in life because of how she impacted my ability to see myself as a provider and to see myself as an individual.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to share? Here we go. There's a couple more people. Thank you for sharing. It's very brave of you.
Hello. I don't know if you heard recently about the Muslim family were called in Canada, London, where like somebody ran over them. And after hearing that in news, I'm living by myself in Seattle, and every time I cross the street, I'm just so scared.
Oh, wow.
And even here, when I walk sometimes by myself, with somebody and people looking at me because maybe I'm the only one who's wearing a scarf or hijab in a way. And I was like, maybe someone just come and say something bad, or maybe just hurt me, or maybe just get violent to me just because who I am. So I think this is still like a trauma that I'm experiencing, but I really want to release that trauma because I love being here. I enjoy the US and I enjoy being around people, but these kind of news really, really traumatize for me.
Okay, so my heart is literally beating like out of my body right now, just because the type of, we all go through trauma, yes, it's all part of life. However, it seems that God chose for me a very difficult journey in my early years and as a young adult. My father passed away the day before my birthday from cancer. My brother got killed in a car accident when I was 11 and he was 21. When my father died, I went from a very comfortable lifestyle to being on government help and food stamps. I eventually ended up homeless, a drug addict, several suicide molested by my grandfather growing up. I was also sexually abused twice in my life, and when I was homeless in Miami, I escaped getting gang raped and killed. So the darkest times in my life was from when I was 19 to 23, and I'm 28 right now, and right now I am almost 5 years sober.
Good.
So, thank you. And around 2 years ago, I almost died. I got ran over by a car when I was on my Vespa. I had third-degree burns on my legs, lost consciousness, had a wrist in need of surgery. And it was during that time that I was bedridden that I began my company. And I definitely do think that the traumas that we go through and all of the challenging obstacles that we have in our life happens because we needed to go through that to develop the tools and skills necessary to complete our life purpose. So, I mean, I'm shaking to the last cell of my body, but I hope that in telling this story, it could also touch somebody else or help them in any way. So, yeah.
Thank you. There's one more person in the back over there. Okay.
Yeah, my story is I was blacklisted in my career very early on, and it's been about a 25-year path to, I guess, shake these people off. But it's like you lose an entire world, you lose every relative, whoever supported you, every professional relationship you ever had that you swore you developed to that point, and suddenly you are persona non grata, and to get your grit back or any semblance of self-respect back, it leaves you they tried to make me homeless. I mean, just living off of food stamps and any kind of public assistance that I could find was the only way to survive. And, you know, somehow you do it. Like you said, you find your life purpose through it all. And I had to resurface about 3 times, written a couple of books, made some films, all of this trying to just get all of that out and help other people not have to, well, hopefully they can skip the line. You know, even if something tragic happens in that same way, I don't even know how to describe it. It's a betrayal. So to be betrayed for no reason except you exist is a pretty awful thing to have to realize, that your mere existence threatens other people. And there you have it. They're going to spit on you. They're going to act like you don't exist. They're going to cut you out. You're going to have nothing. They're going to leave you with nothing, and we hope you die. You know, that's what you get out of the experience, and they pretty much tell you that to your face. So there are so many reasons for you to live through these experiences, and the main reason is to discover your purpose. And once you discover your purpose, stand in it, be strong with it, and who knows, you might end up here and get an award one day, you know?
Thank you. So one of the things I've been doing, I have a year till I retire, and then I started writing a book about these experiences, and it really felt good. So I got through the first 2 chapters, but I have a lot more to go. So I really think journaling is important, and it puts it on paper, but it's also really important to tell somebody. So I'm not sure if this was your first time or not saying this, what you just said. That's good. Okay. This is ACE is called Adverse Childhood Experience. Diverse experience. Okay. I don't know. How can I get the video on there? Who's my people back there? Okay. Anyway, ACE. Oh, it's right there. Can you put the video on? Huh? So Nadine Burke-Harris is the Surgeon General for California, and this is her book she wrote called The Deepest Well. And we're going to see a video, and she's going to explain about how adverse childhood experiences really affect children's health. And then I'm going to take it a little further and show how we can help in the schools. So I'm not sure what's going on. How are you guys doing? Yeah, well, let's see. It's on a TED Talk. I don't know how it's embedded. I just put it should be embedded. Oh no. What? Can you, I have a laptop here. Do you want it? Let's go. That's the video right there. What? Huh? Yeah, I mean, I thought okay, can you help me, please, somebody?
Yes, we're going to come up and connect you. We apologize. Give us just one moment.
I also have it on my iPhone, but if that helps. No? What do you want, my iPhone or video? Laptop? Okay. Where did it go? Okay. Can you, it's in that bag right there? I don't know. I'll have to now go and find it because, yeah, I don't think I'm hooked to Wi-Fi right here. Oh, I see why I don't. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, we have to see this because it's part of the thing. Let's see. All right. But the problem I have here is this. Oh, there's no Wi-Fi. I don't have Wi-Fi. Let's see. Huh? Can you help me look? No, I don't know. I tried to get people to help me yesterday, and I had nobody. Do you want my iPhone?
We just have HDMI, so do you have an adapter with it?
No. Okay. Well, that's not going to work, so sorry. But you can look this up, and we'll move forward, okay? Anyway, her name is Nadine Burke-Harris, and it's a TED Talk. It's really, really good. It's on this whole topic. I don't know what happened. So, the ACE test. And I'm going to just read the ACE test since it's like abuse, neglect, household dysfunction. All of these things, go into children that are coming to school and they have adverse reactions when they come to school. Okay. And this is the book I'm raffling off. So Gary over here has tickets. If you want to put your phone number and name on it, we will be in the lobby later and if you win, we'll give you a book. Okay. All right, I'm going to do the adversity test. I think it's back here. Let's see. I'm going to do it with you because it's on the video, and yet we can't get the video, so let me do it with you. Okay. Okay, the ACE test. Here we go. 227. All right. All right, and you can write in this is another thing that you're going to do privately. So, what is my ACE score? Okay, are you guys ready? Okay. Of course, I have to see. Do you have a parent or other adult in the household often swear at you, insult you, put you down, or humiliate you? These are things that pediatricians now will screen kids on when they go to them because they are seeing all the seeing more kids with asthma, diabetes, high blood pressure, you name it. A lot of these kids are coming in hyperactivity, ADHD. Okay, so the first one is you have to just put, if you said yes, you give yourself a point, okay? All right, so did you have a parent or adult often swear at you, insult you, put you down, or humiliate you, act in a way that made you afraid or you might be physically hurt? That's all the same thing. So if you feel any of that, give yourself a point. If not, 0, okay? Did a parent or other adult in the household often push, grab, slap, or throw something at you, or hit you so hard that you had marks on your face or marks on your body? If so, give yourself a point. Did an adult or person at least 5 years older than you ever touch or fondle you or have touched you in a sexual way? attempt or actually have oral, anal, or vaginal intercourse with you? If yes, give yourself a point. Next one. Did you often feel that no one in your family loved you or thought you were important or special? Did your family not look out for each other, feel close to each other, or support each other? If it's correct, give yourself a point. Number 5, did you often feel you didn't have enough to eat, had to wear dirty clothes, and had no one to protect you? Or were your parents too drunk or high to take care of you or take you to the doctor when you needed it? So if it's yes, give yourself a point. Were your parents ever separated or divorced? Yes or no? Give yourself a point if they were separated or divorced. Was your mother or stepmother often pushed, grabbed, slapped, or had something thrown at her? Was she often kicked, beaten, hit with a fist, or hit with something hard? Ever repeatedly hit over at least a few minutes or threatened with a gun or a knife? If any of those are true, give yourself a point. Did you live with anyone who was a problem drinker or alcoholic or used street drugs? If it's yes, give yourself a point. Was a household member depressed or mentally ill, or did a household member attempt suicide? If yes, give yourself a point. And the last one, did your household member ever go to prison? If yes, give a point. So this is really important because in my neighborhood, the kids in my school would probably have very high ACEs scores. I even asked, I have 5 staff that were in a domestic violence shelter. The school's 12 years old, and when we first opened, they started their kids at the school because the shelter was nearby, and the shelter didn't like the regular public schools, so they came to our charter school and said, we want to enroll these families, but let's, it's very, very hard because these women are in the shelter. So one of the girls who was in the shelter, she now works at the school. All of them work at the school, but the daughter of one of the women that works at the school, she said to me her ACEs score was a 10. And Shimonse is now 24, so she's a teacher's aide. And I go, wow, and it's a lot of people. A lot of the aides at my school are not, they're not the teachers, they're the assistants, so we hire them from the community. Most of them have very high ACEs scores. And, sometimes you see behaviors in them that you're like, wow, but also some of them do have some medical issues like diabetes, high blood pressure, depression, all these kind of things. But the whole thing with the ACEs score now is apparently more and more pediatricians are talking to families, and if the kids have a high score, then they are really watching them over the years and giving them the support they need, like therapy or just having those kids have outlets. Does anyone have any questions about the ACEs score? No? Okay. Next. I'm sorry that we don't have the video, but you can watch it on your own. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is one of my case studies, and her name is Daisy, and she's a 4th grader at my school. So she came to us recently this year. She was in foster care. Her mother is on drugs, some kind of meth. I'm not really sure what she's on, but you can tell she has had a drug problem, the mother. She comes in, her hair is a mess, unkept. She has frequent outbursts. The previous school put her in a special day class. So we got her, and we gave her a one-on-one aide who is really bonded with her very well, and we gave her a hairbrush, a little box with a hairbrush, and a lot of things to make her hair nice. We have her helping in the garden. We've really kind of nailed in on all the things she needs, which is basically she needs attention, and she needs a safe environment, and she needs somebody that she could trust. And in a matter of about a month, this girl has really turned herself around. She still has outbursts now and then, but she's nothing like when she first came in. And we realized that the number one thing for kids that are in high ACE scores are really building a relationship with one caring adult. Okay? So we gave her a one-on-one aide. Her assistant makes sure she looks presentable, and she was even eating she was shoving food in her mouth really horribly, and we taught her how to chew her food and wait and chew her food and wait, things you wouldn't think you have to teach somebody. We really were teaching her etiquette so she can fit in with the other kids. So and she's writing her own story. I mean, it's not a story like adults write, but she's writing a story it's like a science fiction story about how she's some kind of science fiction person. It's a really interesting story, but you can tell her life is in it. I mean, you can tell it's about her, but it's a kind of a made-up fantasy story. Okay? So that's Daisy. Okay. I told you we have 5 staff at the school that have been in domestic violence shelters. We've employed these women for the last 10 years, and it's really great to see them emerging, you know, into the life, you know, having a good, productive life. Okay, this is my other case study. I'm Miss K, I'll call her. And Gary knows a lot about her because I only have 1 more year till I retire, and she's an African-American mom, single mom. She has 3 kids, Kyrie, Kimari, and a little baby, and she doesn't have any husband. The baby's father is in prison right now. She's had all kinds of issues with, you know, little runs in with the law and just stuff going on. And, you know, I'm the one who does fingerprint checks for all my employees, but I was like, you know what, I already know she's going to have stuff. I already know it, so what's the difference? I'm going to give her a chance. She was very defensive last year. We had an African-American principal, and her son was wearing a do-rag, and he got into this whole big thing with her, and it was really crazy hat day, so he should have just let it go. But he didn't let it go, and she came to me, and it was like, I started to really see, you know, her point of view, you know? And I was like, don't make a big deal out of silly stuff, because she's got enough on her mind. But it was how I got to know her a little better. And Gary knows, I was like, over Christmas, I asked her daughter what she wanted, and she wanted a Barbie dream house, and Gary went and bought her an African-American Barbie doll, and kind of wanted to help the family because I knew they had nothing really, and she was really struggling. And then I said, you know what, the best way to help her would be to hire her and give her a job. So I did, and at first it was rocky because she has a baby with no childcare. Because of COVID, Head Start, all the childcare opportunities have been gone, you know? So we're working with her. Her attendance isn't the greatest, but she's happy, and every day she gets better and better at the job, okay? So let's see what's next. Is that it? Yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, conclusion. Students that have ACEs might not have ADHD, but their trauma might mimic attention issues. And that's really important when this book, and if you get the TED Talk thing that I wasn't able to share, this doctor who's a pediatrician, she said she gets a lot of kids coming in with ADHD concerns, and it's not really ADHD. And if you look at schools where they have heavily trauma, you'll see kids with behavioral issues and with ADHD issues. But I don't almost believe that there is a diagnosis of ADHD. I kind of feel like it's usually because of childhood trauma. Journaling helps students to reflect and express their personal experiences with trauma. This helps them to become more cognizant of themselves and their trauma. Schools can hire staff that are experiencing trauma or have experienced trauma, hand up versus hand out. Okay, and that's it. Thank you. Yes? Oh yeah, this is the time for questions, comments, and then Gary's gonna pick the names. I think we have like 9 books, so go ahead.
During this time that everyone has been going on, how has your school dealt with kids who have trauma? Because these are children who may not want to surface in the class, talk to people, the normal people who are helping them, their SEN coordinator, the psychologist. All of this has been done by a box on the other end. And so these are children who are our most vulnerable children, and yet they are now also being left behind.
Well, most of our kids have come back to school because we're a charter school where we don't have unions. So we got them back in September, which was a little better than having them in March. We did see some scary incidents. One of our kids in 1st grade, the parents were fighting in the background on a Zoom meeting, and the 1st grader said, call 911. I had another girl that was showing her privates on Zoom, and she lived in Mexico, and we had to kind of coax her back into the school so we can have CPS, talk to her. So yeah, we did have issues, but we really tried to get the kids back to school as soon as possible. We were relentless on getting them back. But yeah, it was very disturbing, some incidents, yes. Yes.
Thank you so much, and I'm very glad this topic was here in the conference because I believe it's very, very important. Also, trauma is something that I'm very passionate about because I work with refugees in Jordan, and this is something that was a very hot topic for us when we want to re-engage them to the education system, and we just find out our formal education system is not trauma-informed at all. My question for you, this is amazing, but I would like to know about how, through your school programs, you build resiliency for these kids, because I think this is a very important thing we talk about if you talk about traumatized kids, and tools to help them to, you know, go through all of these difficulties that might sometimes we don't have enough resources actually to help them. So I would like to just highlight the resiliency within your school programs.
Well, we have a homeless liaison officer at the school. And San Diego's really good on everybody gets together in a homeless liaison meetings, you know. So there's lots of resources that we can give to families. Let's say clothing. We give out free clothes. We have the food bank. We give 3 meals a day. So we're like taking care of a lot of the, you know, daily living things with them. And I think we have small class sizes, and teachers are really hired because of the relationships they have with kids. So I don't think you need separate programs. We do have also counseling services through our IEP kids and also through community groups that come in and work with kids. And you know, we know the families really well if they've been with us because it's a K-12, so we do know some. I mean, we had a family though, the mom had schizophrenia. I actually took her to the clinic last year because she didn't want to get her meds, and you know, it was really sad. This year she was off the med, she got hit by a car, and like we know these families so well with their issues that they're not afraid, they don't feel embarrassed to tell us what's going on. I think that's the key.
I just want to make a quick comment. There's a lot of trauma that people don't know about, and many times students, especially as they get into high school and college, aren't willing to talk about that. If you don't know the book Super Normal by Meg Jay, you should read it because it's about how kids survive through trauma to become resilient. And in fact, they often think that they're the only ones in the room who are going through whatever they're going through, and that's in fact not the case. So Meg Jay, she's a psychology professor at the University of Virginia.
Unfortunately, we're about 10 minutes over at this point. So I just want to say thank you, and if you want to wrap up.
Gary, can we, we're going to announce the names real quick. Gary,
Yes,
go ahead,
please
help
do.
me out, come on.
And then you could also always come and find a speaker, and I think this group definitely find each other.
We're going to have, unfortunately, we had to put our stuff in another room because we're staying another night. So we have 9 books, and if you have your phone number, we can meet you in the lobby and give you the books a little bit later. Okay, go ahead. We have this book called The Deepest Well that we'll give out. Oh yeah, I have that book too, The Body Keeps Score. A very good book. Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay. We have a 10. Okay, first winner is Million. Okay, but we don't have the book here, so we'll get it. We'll be in the lobby and we'll call you, okay? Next is Salsi. Yay! Next is Steph Perdue. Yay! Next is, I can't read the KM. KM. Yay! Okay, we're gonna call you. Unless you guys want to meet us in the lobby in like 1 hour. Oh, would it be good if we met you back up here in a half hour? Okay, we'll meet you up here. Jean Neck. Yeah. Yay! Is that enough books?
How many books you got?
Yeah, I have 9. Tracy. Yay. Okay, and so we'll meet you. We'll get the books. We'll bring them back up here in a few minutes. Ray Kalan. No? Okay. Oh, Ray?
Is Ray still here?
Yeah. And Angali. Angeli. We're going to be right by where this whatever it is, where they are. We'll bring the books over there, okay? And Dr. Renee Westlake. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, guys. Sorry about the video, but thanks. Yay. All right, hold these.
All right. Thanks so much, Jan. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your help with that topic. Give Jan another hand. How about that, huh? All right. Okay, moving on to the next session, which is on the topic redesigning schools for today's students and beyond. In this age of digital learning, the need of the hour is to completely redesign schools. Outdated curriculums and combine digital tools and neuroscience based on approaches to deliver the best learning experiences to students. Anybody a reading teacher here? No? Okay, just making sure. I want to ask Stephanie Perdue to come on up. She's the owner of Behavior Support and Training. She's going to share her critical take on this entire subject. Let's go. Come on.
Let's do it. Thank you. Oh, I'm assuming the green button means go, or the red arrow means go forward. So, thank you for having me up here today. Yes, my name is Stephanie Perdue, and I'm going to try to make this work for me. There was no tutorial. There we go. So what I'm going to be talking about today is not necessarily redesigning the entire school system, but more redesigning our methods of instruction and how we interact. So there's a lot of ways to redesign a school. There are so many ways. But what I'm going to talk about is just how to work on redesigning how we present information and how we motivate our students. And talking about evidence-based strategies, focusing on strengths and positivity, and supporting neurodiversity. So I wanted to give you a little bit about who I am, what gives me credibility to be up here. I'm just some random person from New Mexico. This is a global forum. There are a lot of us. And I am a board-certified behavior analyst. And what that really is motivates and shapes us. You'll notice my PowerPoint has a lot of information on that, and it is because I work in a very neurodiverse population, and some of the people that I usually speak to, they cannot listen to me auditorily. They have to have it on the screen as well. So sometimes it appears I'm reading the PowerPoint, but that is to make sure that I am giving all of the population that I'm presenting to all the same information. So a BCBA does have a graduate level degree, either a master's or a doctorate, and we look at behavior analysis, education, and psychology. So we do a bunch of verified course sequences, then I do a supervision, I take this test through Pearson, which everybody takes, the certification test through Pearson, and then we do the continuing ed. So what I really do is I provide behavior analytics for autistics, and I'm going to use the phrase autistics because there is a huge movement within the community of an individual. It used to be individuals with autism, and then some of the people within the community said, no, I want to identify as autistic. When I went to graduate school, saying you were autistic was a very big no-no. It was very offensive. It was always person-first language. You are a person with something, some type of disability, some type of difference. I will be saying autistic and a person with autism, just to, again, to kind of be considerate of all peoples and how they want to be referred to. And I work with individuals in their homes and schools, and a lot of times with health providers. So I look at I do applied behavior analysis, another great acronym, ABA. So it is a speech coach here, systematic and direct application of scientific principles of human behaviors and learning. It's just a really fancy term to say that I look at the environment and I see how does it impact us? How does the environment shape how we learn, how we're motivated, and how do the behaviors that we emit with each other? I come from the theory that all behaviors are a type of communication and that we do behaviors for a reason. So because behaviors are learned in my field of study, that means all behaviors can be potentially changed. And that means that all students, all individuals can learn. An old dog can learn new tricks. It just sometimes takes a little bit longer. Everybody is learnable. Everybody is teachable. There are no unteachable people. It's just finding that you have the right strategies. So how do I, as a BCBA in northern New Mexico, support others? I work on modifying the environment. I work on using positive reinforcement. I inform others about neurodiversity. What does it mean to be neurodiverse, to be neurodivergent and neurotypical? What do those terms mean? How do we discuss how our responses really impact the futures of behaviors? And how do we teach others about the functions of behaviors? Learning that a behavior is learned, so you learn that the behavior is impacted by the environment and you can change it. What do we need to do to change it? I work a lot with schools and families in New Mexico. I actually work anywhere from 18 months all the way to single moms. In my field, I am considered a medical necessity for my service that I provide, and so insurance pays for me to go and work with families, any autistic who has a neurological, psychiatric, like there's a medical diagnosis, not an educational diagnosis, but a medical diagnosis can apply for services to get support on behavior analysis. So what I hear from parents a lot of times is there's a decrease in our students' motivations to learn. There's an increase in our challenging behaviors, and there's an increased need for individualized educational supports. And so I know a lot of you in this conference, this is a huge gambit. It's people who are educators, it's people who are managers with the educational system. There are people who are providing supports in businesses for education. There's a huge gambit. So what I'm really just going to be talking about is how do we kind of redesign just the school system's very basic. I don't work on a global scale. I actually don't know how GFEL found me. I am a self-employed on my own business. I just work with a couple schools and a couple pueblos in northern New Mexico. I have a website, but I'm not on social media. I work on a very one-to-one basis. I work with the family. I work with an individual. I work with the teacher. I work with maybe a school, like special ed department. I'm not globally. So my redesigning really talks about we need to come back to work on one person. And so for some of you, this training might not be relevant. For some of you teachers out here, this training might seem redundant. But again, it's talking about the impacts. If we were gonna redesign, I hear some really great, wonderful ideas about how we can change the world and all the things we can do to add and all this great tech. But sometimes going back to the simples, to the basics is also a really great way to redesign our schools. How are we teaching individuals? And what I do, applied behavior analysis, is an evidence-based strategy, but it works in all areas, not just education. ABA, people like me, work with addiction. We work in dementia. We work on eating disorders. We work in occupational health. We work on huge companies that have lots of liability for safety hazards using ABA strategies within teaching safety skills. A lot of companies are using that because our evidence-based ways of teaching are proven to be effective, and so they can save millions of dollars on potential incidences that happen on their construction sites or their oil rigs. So the one thing we really talk about is how we present our information. And if we're neurodiverse, then all of us learn a different way. Some of us learn through touching, some of us learn through hearing the information, and I don't mean touching like kinetically quick, we're really interactive, we gotta get our hands on it. Some of us can see it really well, some of us can hear things. So one thing I always talk about is how are we presenting our information to our individuals? Are we giving schedules? Are we giving visual supports to support information? Are we giving them tasks? Are we breaking them down into smaller tasks? And all these strategies right here that I'm talking about, giving specific expectations, providing models, these are all evidence-based strategies that have years and decades and thousands of papers supporting that these methods, these simple little things that we do every day, are the best practices for our students. Well, are we using these best practices for our students? What can we do more within these areas to make sure that our students are getting the access to the information? So I thought, well, I'm just gonna keep it really simple. I'm gonna talk about what I know, and this is what I know. We talk about schedules all the time. How many of us have a planner out here? We're all on our phones, looking at our Google Calendars. We're making sure that we're reading our agendas because we strive on that structure. We like having schedules. We like knowing what's going on. And for a lot of our students, being able to see what the schedule looks like can reduce a lot of stress, can reduce a lot of anxiety, and is a proven way to help them learn and retain information. So thinking about, am I using schedules within my classrooms? And also, a lot of what I talk about, I also use with the people that I used to work with. I used to be a clinical director at a very big ABA company in Albuquerque, and everything that I'm going to be talking about today, I've used with my coworkers, I've used with my husband, I've used with my family and my friends. All of these strategies to help people be the best that they can, to learn a skill. We talk about visuals of information. A lot of our classes, some of our schools are still a lot of lecture-based, auditorily based. A lot of us I work in parts of New Mexico that are very low income. They don't have smart boards. They don't have computers. I would say 24% of the students that I worked with over COVID didn't even have access to Wi-Fi. There was no Wi-Fi, so they had to sit through Zoom. So they were still using books and visuals, and that's just where we are right now. But making sure that are we using visuals to help support our kids? I just thought, here's a great idea of a visual. We all learn math this way, but how do we take knowing that I'm an individual, I'm autistic, and maybe I'm a visual learner, but I need that information. Am I providing my information visually for you as a student or as an employer, making sure that you understand the materials that you're given? Am I breaking down tasks? Okay, if I know it's an evidence-based strategy to break down a task. And this can be something as simple as when somebody tells you, okay, I need you to go clean your room. Okay, what does clean your room mean to you versus clean your room to me? Or I need you to learn, how do we work on word problems? Solving word problems is one of the most difficult things for a lot of autistics, is taking that idea of words and putting them together with numbers and then trying to read it and process it information to get it. So how do we break down a word problem? How do you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I work with individuals who are very low skill set, pre-verbal in wheelchairs, all the way up to people who are twice exceptional. So twice exceptional meaning you have a disability of some sort, but you also qualify for gifted. So you're special ed and you're gifted, you're twice exceptional. You still require tasks to be broken down. I'm the same way. I know that I learn better when somebody breaks down a task for me. Specific expectations. This is another really great way for our school systems to really make sure we're stating the expectations. We all want to do our best inherently. When I'm at work, I want to know what the expectation is. When I was in college, I wanted to know what's the expectation of this classroom. How am I going to be the best that I can be? So thinking about, am I providing not only a visual, but I'm also providing the complete expectations of what I want from my students. What do I want from my classmates? What do I want from the people that I employ? I was very clear with those that I managed about what the expectations were. These are some really great examples of what a lot of schools sometimes use, that very last one, the behavior expectations, making sure that kids understand when we do this red, yellow, green system in school for behaviors, do they actually know what that means? What is red, what is yellow, what is green? Are we stating to them in very clear terms, this is what it means to be on a green level, this is what it means to be on a red? Okay, providing models. So I am required to do behavior skills training ethically under my certification, and this is what behavior skills training is. I give you an instruction, I model it, we rehearse it together, and then I give you feedback. These are ways the students learn the best. This is how I learned the best. When I was managing my staff, I would tell them exactly, this is why we have to do it a specific way. This is the purpose of it. Here's the instructions. Now let me show you what I expect of you. Let me walk you through it step by step. Now let's do it together. And then I'm going to give you feedback. I would do this all the time for progress reports. We have to submit progress reports every 6 months to the insurance company to prove that we are being effective. And so I would say, this is the reason for the progress report. This is why this progress report is so important. If we don't write a good progress report, the insurance company can deny our services and we will no longer be able to serve this family. Let me show you what I expect of you. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to do it together. Your first progress report, we're going to do it together. The next one, you're going to do it on your own, and then I'll give you feedback. It's the same skill, but knowing that providing models is a great way to ensure, again, an evidence-based strategy. So this model doesn't have to be, we do it one-on-one. I also do a lot of video modeling. If you're a visual learner and you need a visual, sometimes having video modeling. I make video models all the time. Crossing the street, using a Band-Aid, of those very basic skills, I make video models for how to shave your face, how to shave your legs. It's just me and my brother making a video of him doing it. But those video models of me showing exactly what the expectations are very effective. And then reinforcement. This part, reinforcement, can be sometimes tricky depending on the educators you work for, because I truly believe motivation is the key to learning. You know, and reinforcement in my field is the key. We do everything. I am based in positive reinforcement and positive affirmation. You know, reinforcement strengthens your behavior. What I do now impacts how your behaviors are going to be in the future. It's not a guarantee. Reinforcement is not a guarantee that you're going to do a good job. A lot of people get paid the same. We all might have the same salary, but you might work harder than you. You know, our expectations are different. We're motivated differently. But reinforcement can be hard for educators sometimes. Some are older mindsets are like, it's not my job to motivate you. It's not my job to entertain you. But you're here to be an educator. You're here, like there should be some passion within you, and you should want to be motivated yourself. And a lot of us educators are motivated and reinforced when our students do well. So knowing that I still need to reinforce my students. School is still a job. Learning is a job. It's free. We all get it. You know, FAPE says we all get that free and appropriate public education, but it's still work. And so we should be motivated to do that. And it's hard when you're 10 or 13 or 27, knowing that you have to learn how to do skills. There has to be motivation. And there's a lot of difference between reinforcement and bribery. So I'm going to talk about how to reinforce, but I'm not talking about how you're going to bribe your students. Reinforcement comes after. Bribery is me giving you 20 bucks and say, here's 20 bucks, get an A. That's bribery. I say, give me an A, and then I will give you 20 bucks. That's reinforcement, okay? They don't do, when you talk about gangsters, bribing the cops, they don't bribe the cops after it happens, they bribe it before it happens to make sure that maybe it will happen. I'm saying you're gonna reinforce after it actually happens. And there's two types. You're gonna give, or you're going to remove. So I'm gonna do positive reinforcement, I'm gonna give you, that's the whole money, you're getting things, and then there's negative reinforcement, where I'm gonna reinforce it by taking away. That's a break. I'm gonna reinforce you by taking the work away. So, ways to give reinforcement. The biggest one that's most common is the token economy. It can be a point system, anything, but I liked this idea of the world economy versus the token economy. So a lot of teachers are like, well, token economies are a lot of work, I don't like it, why do I have to give things to my students to motivate them to be here, so they should just learn to do it? That's not how the world works. The world, we don't just do things because we're told to. We are all here because we are all motivated by something. Something is reinforcing us to be here. And it's the same with our students. They are there to learn, not because they a lot of times want to, but there's a motivation, or a lot of times kids aren't even motivated to learn. They're just there because they have to be, and if I'm not here, I'm at home, and this is what the government says. But to really tap into our potential for our students, sometimes you have to find that way to motivate them. And that reinforcement doesn't have to be something tangible. It doesn't have to be, here's an item. A lot of times, just positive praise is enough reinforcement. If somebody would just tell me I'm doing a good job, and I get it, I was a teacher, and I've worked in some very poor schools, and I have actually had teachers tell me before, I can't think of anything nice to say about that kid. I can't think of anything. I'm like, well, he's literally sitting there quiet, not doing anything. He's not doing anything. You could still reinforce him. I love how you're sitting in your chair, dude. I really like how you're sitting in your chair right now. I love how you're waiting patiently for me to do something. But sometimes just praise is enough, and we don't praise our kids enough. We are so quick to point out what they're not doing. We're not pointing out when they are doing things. And that is a really, really, if I can't stress enough to anybody, if I was gonna say to any teacher, what can I do to motivate my students more? Sometimes it's just being a positive influence, being a positive person, reinforcing them for the things that they're doing, acknowledging when they're trying to do things. I see that you're really trying that right now, and it's really hard for you, and I appreciate it. I see that you're trying to work through that problem. I see that you're just trying to be present today, and that's enough for me, and I really acknowledge, and I am proud of you for doing that. So here are some reinforcement systems that some people use. So a lot of people also integrate money into their reinforcement systems. A lot of people have been talking about how we never really learned about money and finances, and now when you're 18 and you go to college, they try to get you a credit card, and a lot of our students are unprepared for the world and what it means in the financial world. So they start earning money. Sometimes you can earn points. The idea of this economy, this token, a lot of times is preparing them also for the future. Sometimes reinforcement isn't immediate. Sometimes it's not right here in my hands and I get it. Sometimes I have to work towards things. I have to set goals. I have to have a future idea in my head. But it's good to have these systems. Again, they're very visual. They're very specific on exactly what you get when you do an exact type of thing. And that reinforcement, again, it's an evidence-based system. The science shows us that when you use a reinforcement system, your kids are gonna, for the most part, work harder, and they're gonna try because they're gonna be motivated. This isn't about me, this is about them and what they wanna do. And a lot of times for reinforcement systems, I have to include parents. It's not about, there's nothing at school that they want from me. But if I can talk to mom and say, well, what if they can earn a little extra at home? And I'm not saying extra like money, I'm saying maybe extra iPad time, maybe extra TV time, maybe one less chore If they do really well, maybe that's the reinforcement. If they get all A's, or if they do really well today and they're on green, maybe they don't have to pick up dog poop this week. Maybe mom does it for you. I will do it for you. If you get an A on your math test, I will pick up dog poop for you. Sometimes that's enough reinforcement. It can be something else in home. Reinforcement, again, there are steps to how to do it appropriately. How often are we giving that reinforcement? If you think about this, I had this kid who, sticker chart, and his mom said he was 4 years old trying to potty train. If you can go a whole month without peeing your pants, we're gonna go on a camping trip. He's 4. You'll be lucky if it's 3 days. How is he gonna plan for a camping trip in 1 month and not pee his pants? I mean, that's a biological function that he's working through. Well, how quick is it? All right, so it's his camping trip once a month, and he's gonna have to wait a month? That's not really very effective. Well, how much is given? Well, if you get, let's say, straight A's for the entire semester, I'm gonna give you $5. Maybe for some kids that's enough, but for some kids that's not enough. How effective is your reinforcer? How much are you giving? And then what's the work required? So that's the really big part, is what exactly do I have to do to get my reinforcement? What exactly am I expected to do? And that goes back to if I have my clear expectations and I'm breaking down a task and I'm using reinforcement, these simple skills, this is gonna be more effective for my students. These are simple ways, again, to redesign. Am I clear on the response needed to get reinforcement? Am I knowing when it's gonna happen? Okay, when you get straight A's for the semester, when you turn 18, because you're a senior right now, I will let you get a $200 tattoo on your back somewhere that we can't see. That's an actual example. He was getting D's, and he's like, I want a tattoo. And mom's like, I don't want to give you a tattoo. He's like, well, I want a tattoo. She's like, well, what will you give me for a tattoo? And he said, I'll get straight A's for 2 semesters. And she said, okay. And then he said, well, how big is my tattoo? And you're like, well, $200. And she's like, but you can only get it on your back where nobody can see it. But those ideas of that reinforcement system was very effective for him. Again, I'm not suggesting all kids need tattoos, but that idea is that he knew what exactly it was he needed to do and when it was gonna happen and when it was gonna be available. So, final thoughts. I know I went through this really fast, but I wanted to make sure that if people had questions they could ask. I also speak very fast, I apologize. But my final thoughts are considering small changes that make big differences for one student. Everything I talked about today can work on everybody. Doesn't matter if you have a disability, if you're neurodivergent, or if you're neurotypical. All these things work for everyone. There's no one way to educate. There's a million ways to do it. There are a million ways, and there's a million students. And that's a really important thing to remember, is that there's 100 ways to educate, and that's great because there are hundreds of different types of students too. And that we should try to go beyond as educators. And I'm not saying financially go beyond, but sometimes, maybe for a lot of you this was old hat, old news, but maybe for some of you it's a new way of thinking. I'd never thought about it that before. That maybe I can do a little bit more, I can do something a little different, I can redesign just maybe the charts or the visuals I use in my classroom to make sure that I'm making my information accessible to all students. And maybe you are a principal, or maybe you are a superintendent, and you're thinking these are great, just simple things we can implement within our school or a school district that can make a big difference for maybe a couple students. You'd be surprised though that what I talk about, it impacts everybody. And there are very simple ways to make big changes. That's it. Any questions, any thoughts? I appreciate you all being here. I know it's Friday and it's finally sunny in Vegas, and I'm sure that pool is calling to many of you. Okay, thank you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you very much. One more time for Stephanie, please. There are path-breaking ideas right there. Our movers are in-house right now. So how about lunch? Everybody enjoy lunchtime, good food? Pretty good stuff, huh? Steak was awesome. A little speech that lady gave about throwing away the food, that was insightful also. I thought that was cool. You done?
stage except for you. And I'm union, so this might take a while.
Oh.
No, don't tell.
Okay, there's no children here. I'm sure it'll be just fine. All right, well, I'll just get into the next session here. It's a very special topic, designing your life with the power of resilience to live and perform in your genius zone. And this session, we'll take a look at how individuals can find their genius zone, build resilience, and take control of their future, and ultimately set themselves up for their success. Our keynote speaker for this one, Mr. Johnny Tan, who's the founder and CEO of From My Mama's Kitchen and experimental life coach and a mentor. Johnny, as soon as we get these tables moved, let's see if we could give Johnny a warm welcome, actually.
They're clapping for us?
Huh?
They're clapping for us?
No, they're clapping to get you moving faster.
Oh, sorry.
This is what happens when you... Hi. Hey. There we go. There. Have to keep the stage clear. Johnny's going to do a little dance for us before he begins.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome, John.
Thank you.
Yep.
All righty. Let me see right here. Okay. Oh, I can see myself. Fantastic. I was wondering, like, oh my God, what am I going to do right here? So anyway, I'm so excited. GFEL gave me this opportunity to share my story with all of you. And I know it's towards the end of the day, but I hope that what I'm about to share with you will help. And hopefully within the next 30 minutes, we'll have fun and have a good time, to close out this whole conference. I often wonder why they put me at the end, and we'll see what happens here. So before we get started, though, I do want to let you all know, you see, this is America. We're going to have a disclosure statement right there to kind of let y'all know. I mean, believe it or not. And this is important because the reason is to kind of have a mindset that we all have to understand. Believe it or not, I am speaking to geniuses right here. You may not realize it, you are there at different degrees, different levels of your genius zone. So 60% of what you're about to hear, you already know. 50% of the 40%, you may have heard about it, Google it, so to speak, and read about it. The remainder 20% is what I'm giving you guys that are unique and different, okay? But, however, I know, that's interesting, see? Technology, right here. But what I was going to tell you is that I know that what I'm about to tell you will make a difference in your life. It will transform the way you think, create, and succeed going forward in your life. And these right here are my 9 moms. The number one question people always ask me, how in the world did you have 9 moms? And my quick answer is actually I was a problem child. Just kidding, really. My journey began when I was adopted by my Malaysian mom in Malaysia. I spent the first 18 years with her, learning from her. And one of the most important lessons in life she taught me, recipe for living, so to speak, is that in every one of us, we have a seed of greatness. This seed holds the key to all our successes. When nurtured properly, carefully, this seed will help us succeed, right? Well, how does it do it? The genius in us helps us to create our dreams, our goals, our desires. And it enacts the talent in us to achieve them with a heartfelt passion. At 18, 4 months after my 18th birthday, I landed in Baton Rouge, Louisiana to go to college at LSU. Oh, okay, great. And a year later, just before my spring semester final, I received a note from home that my father passed away. That that pivotal moment sort of changed the trajectory of my life to whereby I have to make decisions that will pretty much charge the rest of my life, so to speak, at that time, because it caused me not to be able to go home to Malaysia till about 15 years later. And during this time while living in Baton Rouge on my own, slowly but surely, people collect things, I collect moms. So I met my first three moms, obviously my first two moms, my Southern Belle mom and my Italian mom while I was in college. And then while I was working, I met my Sanguine Savannah mom, my Texas earthly mom, and my spiritual progressive mom. And then when I started doing things outside, having fun, that's when I met my ballroom instructor mom, my German mom, and my Cajun mom. Collectively, these women came into my life at different times for the next 18 years. Their presence in my life was God-sent because they were my teachers, my coaches, my counselors. The interesting thing about life is that I came to the United States to earn a degree in agricultural engineering. But I can tell you this much. I graduated from the University of Life, mastering the power of relationships, the nature of love, and the meaning of life. Over the years, what happened to me is that I just went with the flow. And somewhere along the line, at 33 years old, I had worked my way up to a very successful chief operating officer, running 25 restaurants with over 600 employees, multi-generational employees. And believe me, a 33-year-old trying to tell somebody else what to do, right? And actually it started before that. And 7 years later, I left to start my own business. And then in 2009, I published a book. In 2007, I started writing the book, From My Mama's Kitchen, Food for the Soul, Recipes for Living, in honor of my 9 moms. And actually, my Italian foster mom was the one who kind of prompted me because the idea was about 5-6 years ago. And then that New Year's, she always called me on New Year's Day. And she says, Johnny, when are you going to finish the book? I hope you finish it before I die. And she was 82 at the time, so it's like, oh, sure, definitely. So I put my thoughts in it, and what I had was From My Mama's Kitchen, Food for the Soul, Recipes for Living. Little did I know the book became a bestseller, but prior to that it won 5 awards. The most rewarding moment of my life in writing that book was, it was interesting when I went to the various Barnes & Nobles to do book signings, men started coming up to me and thanking me for writing the book. Because, they say in my life, I have influences as well. I have 5 moms, I have 4 moms. And that was most rewarding for me because I did not see that. I knew the women would love it, right? Because mama's boy. And I didn't consider myself as a mama's boy, but somehow it happened that way. So anyway, that helped me to launch my radio show. And needless to say, I did workshops. And I also created Joyful Living 360, Words Have Power. Because words do have power to help us, to motivate us to go forward in life. And all this was just slowly but surely that I realized at 18 years old, I was on this slow voyage of discovering my own genius zone. And most recently, within the last couple of months, we just published a magazine dedicated to millennial moms. Now, let's get one thing straight here. We were all millennials at one time. We were all 28 to 49, or 39 in that case. We have our own challenges. We have our own rewards. But the design of this magazine, Inspirations for Better Living, is meant to help moms, to inspire them to better themselves, to build a better future for themselves, their families, and their loved ones. And I have experts over the years that I've come into contact with through my radio show and meeting people. They are contributors to this magazine. By the way, I know there are a bunch of nonprofits and any other organization that is. If you would like to partner with me on this, I will be very delighted to talk with you after this presentation, because I would love to donate 10% of whatever magazine subscribed through your organization back to what you guys are doing. Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's talk about the Genius Zone. What is the Genius Zone? To be honest with you, that word has been around for a while. Dr. Gay Hendricks, if you Google Genius Zone, you won't see Johnny 10, you see Dr. Gay Hendricks. He's the one who wrote the book, The Big Leap, in 2009. New York Times best-selling author. And he speaks about 4 zones, basically. Zone of incompetency, zone of competency, zones of excellence, and zone of genius. Interestingly enough, Dr. Hendricks and his New York Times best-selling author, co-author actually, #1 selling co-author of Carol Klein, was on my radio show last May. They were promoting their second book called Conscious Luck. Prior to meeting them, I have no idea who Dr. Hendricks was. Never heard of him, never heard of his book. After the show, of course, we had a wonderful conversation talking about the Genius Zone. And he was very impressed with the things that I've done with my clients and over the years that I've impacted thousands of lives through the things that I'm doing. But the Genius Zone, this is what you get. Here's where curiosity turns chaos into peace. Why I'm bringing all this up? Because remember what did I said? Every one of us in this room are geniuses. We just are not in the present moment to realize that. My job is to bring you into the present moment, and this whole process is for you to kind of reflect back upon yourself. This is where clarity produces a creative mindset. Living in the moment allows us to celebrate those successes when it occurs. The perpetual synergy of success, harmony, and joy, that fuels our desire to dream, achieve, and become even more. And finally, of course, we're flowing in life's rhythm. It's not difficult for us to do what we need to get done. So how do we design ourselves? The answer is the journey starts right there, identifying the 4 cornerstones of self. It's about us. It's got nothing to do with anything outside. It's all about us. And ending in the mastery of self. So let's see, what are the 4 cornerstones of self? The foundation cornerstone is self-awareness. The framing cornerstone, self-understanding. The mechanical cornerstone, self-acceptance. The designing cornerstone, self-potential. Picture yourself building a house. The first thing you need to do is the foundation. From within that foundation, you can frame the exterior wall, internal walls, and so forth. Then comes the mechanical cornerstone, because that's where you have to put plumbing in, run the wires, right? And then finally, of course, the designing part comes in. Your house is your museum. It represents you. It has all the things that you like. Hopefully nothing that you don't like in it. So let's talk about self-awareness. Me, myself, and I. This is an interesting concept. We live 2 separate lives. Our public life and our personal life. Me is our public life. Interestingly enough, there's an old movie years ago, and then it kind of got back into the main page now with, what's his name? I forgot his name now, Robert De Niro. You talking to me? You talking to me? And so, we're building this facade around us to see this is what you see. For some of us, we get lost in that. Somewhere along the line, we live that life. That's not the true us, but it's what we want people to see us as. Okay? Myself, our private life, this is the true us. Our strength, weaknesses, our values, our fears. Okay? But you notice that I put down there, these are private assets, they're not liabilities. Because if you think about it very carefully, the very fear that you feel sometimes get you out of trouble. It's amazing, but we don't think that way. And that is our authentic self. Our authentic self is when me and myself come together as one. This is the interesting part. Our authentic self is actually our personal brand. I don't know whether you realize it or not, okay? Even companies, my background is in corporations, right? But I'm bringing you to the idea of understanding how you bridge and understanding what the real world is out there. And the real world out there is your authentic self, is your brand. That's where you talk about our values, our integrity, our mission, passion, our vision, and our purpose. When we arrive at our authentic self, this is where we introduce ourselves to the world with the right first impression. This is very important because this conscious awakening, okay, helps us to live every moment with quiet confidence. And the reason why? Because our values doesn't change. It gets refined over time, like everything else, right? Conversations are from the heart. We listen to learn. Respect comes from listening someone into existence. Ask yourself, there are times when you meet people, I'm waiting in anticipation to reply than to really hear you out, right? So these are the things that we sometimes take for granted. And then, of course, speaking with humility establishes humility. Speaking with humility establishes credibility and trust. And that's when true connections are made. That's the fascinating about connections. When you make true connections, that's when you gain someone's confidence. And that's where that synergy, if it's in a personal relationship, love grows. In the business, professional relationship, cooperation grows. Let's remind ourselves about this. We've all been through this. When does true connection happen? True connections happen during the silence in between words. So, there are 6 recipes for living to transform and nourish a healthy mindset. And this is interesting. We talk about, being in the zone right now, right here. So just for today, I will not worry. It doesn't matter to me what the heck happened because I'm in my zone. It doesn't bother me. Just for today, I will not be angry. Just for today, my work, I do my work honestly. Just for today, I give thanks to the many blessings. I'll be kind to my neighbor and all living things. And finally, the most important thing to me is I will let curiosity educate me about myself others, and the world. The first 5 recipes are actually recipes of Reiki, universal energy. Authenticity is a big word. You hear it all the time. It's everywhere. The one thing that I've learned from my Southern Belle mom years ago is that, Johnny, your charm may open the door, but it's your authentic integrity that keeps it open. Think about it. We don't realize it, but it's true. So let's talk about understanding the 3 basic human desires in the framing cornerstone of self-understanding. I can assure you, it doesn't matter where you go when you leave here today. Anywhere in the world, the 3 basic human desires: happiness, blessings, and abundance. Happiness is in the moment. Blessings, everyone wants to live a blessed life. It doesn't matter how you worship. You're worshiping to be blessed for yourself and your loved ones. Abundance, we want to make sure that we are okay. We're good, ready to go. And abundance in different, people, it's in the eye of the beholder, for lack of a better term. How do you create happiness? Smiling shows happiness. Simple, basic thing. If you're looking for someone else to make you happy, you're in trouble. The best thing you can do is smile. And the funny thing about smile is that, this is very interesting, I like to emphasize the fact that the magic of a smile is actually your soul expressing itself in any given moment. You have no control over it. It just brings that sense of happiness. And your eyes shows that. It's simple. Believe it or not, a smile is a universal handshake that's seldom refused. How do we cultivate blessings? Gratitude cultivates blessings. Be grateful with what we already have. Express gratitude every chance you get. Receiving gratitude is actually a blessing in disguise. I have a tough time doing that. Not anymore, though. I used to. Because, thank you for doing this. No, it's okay. It's all right. My pleasure, this. But you find that I'm forgetting that someone is giving me the blessings. And I need to remind myself. And now, hey, no problem. Here I am. Generosity reaps abundance. Be generous whenever we can. Generosity is about changing someone's world. And generosity creates high vibrational energy. Generosity, guys, is not about money. It's about your time. It's about your knowledge, your wisdom, anything you got to give that you honestly can share with someone else to make a positive difference in their life. Now, of course, if you want to, hand me $1,000, feel free. Remind yourself, real wealth is not what we accumulate. It's what we give away. The third cornerstone of life, of self, is self-acceptance. And you can see how it's kind of squashed there. But what I'm trying to say there is, and this is, by the way, it's got nothing to do with the wonderful gentleman, Mike, over there. He's doing a fantastic job for us, by the way, for all those speakers that have been up here, right? Give him a hand. For those who are technology, this is a call out to y'all. This is conversion from Keynote to PowerPoint. And that's why you have this situation right here. But anyway, self-acceptance, this is the reality of life. During moments of pivotal moments in our life, this is where we need to understand what the heck just happened to me. And how do you address that? The word that got cut off there is look at things from the standpoint of curiosity. You'll be surprised and amazed what curiosity can do for you. Remember how curiosity leads to peace? There are 3 more powerful words that I'd like you to take into account in your act of resilience: faith, hope, and love. You will never go wrong focusing on that. So what is faith? Faith comforts. Faith is actually looking back in history. Faith is history. The thing about it is that a lot of people say, have faith, don't worry, things will work out, and so forth. That's not faith. Faith is looking back, because I did this, it worked out for me. So faith is looking at the past for strength. It enables us to establish a baseline, to know how we want to go forward. It's accepting the past as a classroom for lessons learned. The comforting energy of faith is what fuels hope. Hope inspires. Every day is a new opportunity. For many of us, believe it or not, and I know some of y'all have encountered some people that you may know, hope motivates them to live another day, knowing that I can make a change somewhere. That's living day to day. The incredible energy about hope is that it starts each day. It fuels the world of possibilities for us. And an energy of hope is curiosity. If you lose your curiosity, you lose hope. Because you know why? Tomorrow is never going to be any different than today than it was yesterday. It's the same, right? So why? No biggie. So remind yourself always, whenever you are in doubt, in that moment of challenge, pivotal moments in life, let curiosity educate us about ourselves and the world. Live in the present moment. Love empowers. This is interesting. We may not realize this. You don't realize this. There are 2 but separate equal forces that governs all of our decision making, whether it's professional or business. And when you say, ooh, what's love got to do in business? Trust me, big time. All our decisions are made by those 2 equal but separate forces. When you look through the lens of love, it's about the other person. When you look through the lens of fear, it's about you. How does business look through the lens of fear? They're so afraid they're going to lose money at the bottom line, they start squinting on things that they put out. But when they think about you, they give extra portion, they give more, and it takes care of itself. That's from the business perspective, okay? The practice of love is about keeping everything in perspective, though. Self-love is self-confidence. Love is about contributing to someone else's happiness, wellness, and success without preconditions. It's a tough deal, but it can be done. The 4th concept, self-potential. This is about dream, achieve, and become. Dream larger. What the heart creates, the mind formulates. Had a wonderful conversation with Rich, the gentleman that was talking yesterday about the brain. Remember the brain function and all that kind of stuff? And I came in a situation where we're talking about how are we going to connect everything together, and I'm coming from the heart center standpoint of view. Your talent is unique. Sharpen your critical skills. Listen and talk your way to success. That's dream larger. Dream larger is taking a moment each day and create with your heart. Then let your mind do all the planning on how to achieve it. And remind yourself what the heart creates, the mind formulates. A chief grader. So what's the concept of a chief grader? This is interesting. 1 + 1 = 3. I know all the math teacher about to kill me for that. But in business, 1 + 1 is 3 because you're creating something totally new. And in this collaboration, there are 3 very important information that you need to be aware of. Always lead by example, follow with enthusiasm, always ask with curiosity and listen to learn, and always find humor in everything and have fun. And this is why. Team success is about, and work harmony occurs when you allow the best in you brings out the genius in others. Think about it very carefully. You're creating a wonderful working environment. And finally, becoming spectacular. What does it really mean? Those are the check marks that you can see. You can kind of read by yourself right there. Constantly expanding your comfort zone. Knowing that perfection is a process of refinement. Take pride in everything you do. And be passionate about creating a habitat for others. And that's what we're here today. That's what GFEL does. It's trying to make a change for the world. And remind yourself, me, my neighborhood, my community, and my country. To wrap things up, when you are in the flow of life's rhythm, remind yourself, self-awareness is embracing our authentic integrity as our personal brand. Self-understanding is contributing to someone's success. And how do you do that? By contributing to someone's happiness triggers blessings and abundance. Self-acceptance is understanding the genius in you allows curiosity to expand your comfort zone. It is not about stepping out of your comfort zone. Nobody step out. Even Einstein, failure until they get there. And finally, self-potential, realizing that intelligence is knowledge, and wisdom is the ability to make an informed decision. Success is an intersection of intelligence and wisdom. So, living and performing in the genius zone creates harmony. And harmony is when we allow the best in us bring out the best in others, the beauty in others. And then finally, of course, the idea is to live joyfully, because joyfully is not in the moment. And joy is experiencing a lifetime of bliss in every moment that we awake. I want to leave you with this before we talk about the bonus presentation. Every plan in life is different, and this has been my experience. Each leads to its own perfection. Every moment is a conscious choice. When you allow curiosity to educate yourself about yourself, others, and the world, you'll find that faith, hope, and fear will overcome everything for you. And that clarity will give you the ability to act with graceful confidence. This is the bonus thing that we're going to do. Do we have time to do that? Yeah, 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. No. Okay, yeah. What we're doing right here is this. I'm here to teach you guys how to do the mambo. So everyone get up, please. And find an open spot. Now you are testing your genius zone. You are getting into the deal here. All right, fantastic. So dancing is like walking, trust me. It's 1 foot at a time, okay? Gentlemen, I know you have said you got 2 feet, 2 left foot. No worry. The gentleman always starts with the left foot, okay? And ladies, respectfully, I know you always want to be right. You start off with the right foot. So you're cool. So what we want to do, I'm going to show sideways. Hopefully you can see. Gentlemen, your left foot, okay? The count is very simple. And it's very small steps. I'm just going to step forward and then in place together. And then I'm going to go back in place together. Okay? So it's quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. For the gentleman, left foot forward, step in place together, step back, step in place together. That's it. Ladies, you're always going to start off with your right foot. And for you, you will be starting off with your right foot backwards first. Quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. Quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. Everybody got that? Awesome. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is this. We're going to go to the side. Gentlemen, you're always on the left foot, okay? So you're going to go quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. Quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. Ladies, right foot first, because the reason why eventually, you're facing your partner, right? So it's quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. Y'all got that? Y'all good with that? All right. Okay, so one more time. Gentlemen, forward together, step in place together, back, step in place together. That's forward and back. Side breaks will be side in place together, side in place together. And ladies, of course, the opposite of that. All right, so y'all think y'all can do that? Mr. DJ, give us some song. Ready? Hey, mambo, mambo Italiano. Hey, mambo, mambo Italiano. And go show. It makes us Italiano. Hey, mambo, mambo. Hey, mambo, mambo. Hey, mambo, mambo Italiano. And you can do it. Come up here. You want to come up here? Come up here. Hey, mambo. You do it fine. Left foot, back first. No. Yeah.
Okay, I see now.
Shake it, baby, shake it, 'cause I love it when you take me by the pizzeria. That's where I'm gonna be. Don't you tell your mama, mama's gonna tell her papa. There's nothing to it, come on, baby, let's do it. Hey, mambo, mambo, Italiano. Hey, mambo, mambo, Italiano. Go, go,
Step forward.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
everybody come to pizza.
I'm going to turn you, okay? Just a one-time face the audience.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you so much. That's how you get a standing ovation, by the way. Everybody has to stand up, right? So fantastic. Thank you so much for the privilege of your time and attention. God bless.
All right. Thank you very much, Johnny. Made me feel like I was back east at one of my family's dinners, except there's a lot less dancing, a lot more cursing and throwing food, but that's another story. The next session is very special on the topic of, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reading the wrong line. Please join us in honoring the efforts of individuals and organizations that have improved the lives of millions by contributing to the education industry. I'd like to invite CEO and angel investor, Mr. Scott Hardy. I got the wrong, do you want to go by Scott real quick, or? All right. What's his name?
I don't know who he is.
Come on up, man. Let's get these awards going. Yep, they sure did. So here's how this is going to work, folks. I'm going to say your name. If you're getting an award, please come to this side and receive your award. Take the picture and exit to this side if you don't mind. Thank you very much. And let's get the show on the road with this. Excellence in Education. First award goes to Anjali Barmik. Anjali Barmik. All right. David Adler. David Adler. Adler, excuse me if I'm butchering. Dinesh Shukla. Jan Perry. Joshua Christopherson. There's Joshua. Katya Kempe. Knew I'd get it. Katya Kempe, come on up on stage. You're welcome. Latha Narayanan. Latha Narayanan. Linda Bradford. Huh. Marnie Forestieri. Natasha Rose. Samantha Matthews. Dr. Santarvis Brown. Shiny Unsal. Steve Aluskan. Steve Aluskan. Tekel Gebra Michael. Tony Johnson. William Oden.
What was your title again?
Excuse me, Colonel William Oden. Thank you for your service.
What's his name? The host, what's his name?
Telling you, you're handing out awards up here. There you go. Still haven't gotten one. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. That's it. And we've got some. His name.
Thank you, Scott.
Bye, Scott. Thank you very much. Your name is Scott for today. We had a few people that couldn't be with us this afternoon accepting awards, and they've submitted acceptance videos for you. So we're going to go ahead and play those now.
I want to thank GFEL for the nomination as a top 100 visionary in education and for allowing me to share One Island, One Heart Incorporated with you today. We are dedicated to intentional acts of kindness to improve the quality of life for families in the Dominican Republic and Haiti through education, health, community outreach, and spiritual growth. One Island, One Heart began in 2017 with just a seed of hope and a dream to reach children, families, and communities in need. Today, we are directly impacting over 60 children with education, school improvements, reestablishing a community clinic, assisting families with adequate housing, and providing youth leadership programs to teach individuals to give back to their communities. By joining forces for the common good together, we can create a better quality of life for others. With your support, donation, and partnerships, we can continue to provide for the children, families, and communities in Dominican Republic and Haiti. Remember, we may not change the world in one day, but if we invest in one child today, we have already impacted their future. Thank you.
I'm Jack Myers, founder of MediaVillage.com, the media industry leader in online learning and diverse talent development. The social and technological forces that shape businesses and entire industries are constantly shifting. Some of the most prevalent forces in organizational development that have undergone drastic changes in the past decade are the methods, frequency, and breadth of educational resources and employee training. Instituting a robust educational program focused on short-form, on-demand, online learning tools is key in attracting and retaining quality employees. Failing to properly invest in online educational resources not only causes employee retention and productivity to fall, it also causes entire industries to fail at achieving long-term growth. I'm honored to be recognized by the Global Forum on Education and Learning and hope to be with you in person in 2022.
Hello everyone, my name is Matteo Pittaluga and I'm the founder of Marketing Genius together with Fabio Gallerani. In this video, I would like to thank all of you and thank GFEL for this amazing award. Marketing Genius was created in 2016 with the clear goal of providing high quality, practical education in the field of digital marketing. Since 2016, Marketing Genius has always been an online training platform. So when the pandemic came last year, it didn't have a huge impact on our model because all our courses were already online and all our curriculums were already digitalized completely. So being an online institution since the beginning was a huge advantage for us. But anyways, we decided to make some changes and adapt ourselves to the new conditions. We realized that now students need to learn faster than ever, but at the same time they need to be connected. That's why last year we decided to introduce in all our courses what we call live simulation. A live simulation is basically like a workshop online where students were invited to join a Zoom class or a webinar where they can work on real pages, I mean real Facebook pages, real Instagram profile, or even e-commerces that belong to real companies. So imagine they were making changes, they were uploading videos, they were publishing posts, all of that for real companies that were online, and they were active, they were selling their products while we were working on the trainings with the students. This was amazing because for the first time students can practice, gain experience, and work for a real company during the course and not at the end. So we noticed they were learning much faster by doing, and also they were improving their self-esteem because they knew they were working for real companies and they can add this experience to their CV. Just by adding a live weekly workshop with our professors and tutors, we noticed the students were very happy and all of them were completing the course successfully. So my final message for you is do not sell information, do not sell just certification, but sell transformation. Sell practical knowledge because this is what the students are looking for and this is what the marketplace need right now. Thank you for the attention and thank you GFEL once again for this important award. I hope to see you very soon at the next event.
Thank you for the award. I'd like to thank my family and also my college, Berea College, for the support, and GFEL for selecting me for this award. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody at GFEL. Thank you so much for this award. It was a delight to receive it and get recognised for some of the work we've been doing here at Think Global School. Think Global School is, well, the world's only travelling school, or we were definitely the first, where our students spend their time in 4 countries per year. 15 to 18 years old usually they attend, and we are a completely project-based learning and experiential school. We hope we're doing things a little differently and trying to redesign and rebuild some things that we don't think are going right in education, and we've enjoyed some success so far, and this award is acknowledgement for some of that, I guess. Thanks to the award panel for putting me forward for this. Thanks to my team who are incredible, and I certainly wouldn't be picking up any awards without them. So I hope everyone's having a great time in Las Vegas. Sorry I can't be there. If you want to reach out to me or know more about Think Global School, I'm on LinkedIn, so please don't hesitate. And for anyone who is involved in giving me this award, thank you so much. It means a lot. Have a great time.
Good morning, everyone. This is Shrikant Talluri, the founder chairman of Incube Digital Foundation. Thank you, GFL, for conferring the Excellence in Education Leadership Award for 2020 to me. I thank GFL leadership, the awards committee, the research team, and all the coordinators for their excellent job in bringing the global education leaders onto this stage. I also sincerely thank each and every team member at Incube who's helping me reimagine, recreate the professional learning experience through our 60 problem-solving framework implemented at SOIL, the School of Innovation and Leadership, our Create to Learn global virtual campus, promoting the venture-based learning for the 21st century. I once again wish I was there today and would love to join you all very soon and exchange our synergies. Thank you everyone, stay safe and enjoy the event. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Tom Dutta. I'm a thought leader and I'm a storyteller. And I'm speaking to you from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. This is my home. Thank you very much for bestowing on me this award of excellence for education. I receive it with humility and I receive it with great gratitude. For 30 years, I've been a business leader turned teacher and educator. There's nothing more that I'm passionate about than helping create happier, healthier, and stronger charactered people in the world. And to all of you, thank you for being part of this global forum. To the organizers, the judges, and other delegates, this is an amazing initiative. Let's keep moving forward. I'm proud to be part of it. So thank you very much, and we'll speak to you again very soon. Goodbye for now from Vancouver, Canada. Thank you.
Greetings, my fellow educators. My name is Heather Hawes, and I'm the Director of Event Operations here at Spelman College in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm also a graduate of the class of '89 from Spelman as well. We are the #1 historically Black college in the country, and I am so excited to accept this Excellence in Award Education from the Global Forum for Education and Learning organization. I want to thank the committee for selecting me, and I'm so excited to get this award. I want to thank my team, Dorita Treadwell, Renee Leonard, our campus logistics partner, the Division of Enrollment Management, our president, Mary Schmidt-Campbell, as well as our amazing students who I just love working with and who I do all of this as a labor of love. I also want to thank my children, Deja Damari, Jakari, and Sean and Robert. I love being your mom, and you all just continue to inspire me. And so I am watching all the presentations online. I am inspired by what you all have been doing and what you all are sharing. And I am just honored to just say thank you, thank you, thank you. I am humbly appreciative of this recognition. So continued success for everybody. Have fun in Las Vegas. And I hope that I get to see you at some point in the future when they host this conference again. Thank you again, GFEL committee, and I appreciate you so much. All right, bye-bye.
All right, and congratulations once again to all this year's awardees. How about a coffee break? We'll take about 20 minutes here, and we'll meet you back here at just around 10 till, 5 till. Go grab yourself a little bit of caffeine and a snack, recharge, and we'll get through with the rest of the afternoon. Thanks again for attending GFEL. All right, as we gear up for our pitches, if you are giving a pitch this afternoon, would you mind stepping on back to the sound booth for a moment, please? We'd appreciate it. Once again, if you're giving a pitch this afternoon, would you mind stepping back to the sound booth for just a moment? Go fuck yourself. Fuck. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you're all caffeinated and ready to get the rest of the day moving along. I know I am. We're going to be kickstarting now the very much awaited VC startup presentations, in which selected innovators and entrepreneurs from all over the world are going to showcase their ideas and solutions that have the potential to change the face of education in the coming years. Presenters, just an FYI, you will have 5 minutes to present your case, and then we'll move along. All right, let's start off first with David Adler. David? Is that on? There you
go. Now it works.
Hello?
You good?
I'm good.
So hello everyone. My name is David. I was born and raised in Israel, hence the accent. And when I was 16 years old, my biggest dream in life was to study here in the US. One of the problems that I had 30 years ago are still the problem that exists today in the industry. So how do you move students from from country A to country B? Mackenzie?
Hi, everyone. I'm Mackenzie Zach. I'm from a small farm town in Ohio, and for me, studying abroad completely changed my life. Because of that, I believe every student who wants to deserves to have that same experience, whether it be for better education, better opportunities, or a better life. But let me set the stage for you so you can understand some of the problems that our industry is facing. Okay, first of all, how many schools are there, like in the world? Anybody know? No? Okay, well, here's a hint. In the US alone, there are over 4,000 higher education institutions. Okay, now that doesn't take into account high schools, language schools, or other schools around the world. So when you think about that, how are international students supposed to make the decision about where they're going to study? There's so much information scattered around online. A lot of it's not even tailored to international students. So when we think about that decision-making process, it's really, really difficult for those kids. Okay, and finally, for those schools who are looking to increase their on-campus diversity, how do they go about finding those same students who have the desire to study abroad? Okay, so as you can see, the industry of international student recruitment is very chaotic for both the students and the schools involved. However, it's extremely lucrative for those who know how to navigate the system.
So in the past 20 years, we helped thousands of students to study abroad. And on the other end, we help hundreds of universities and schools around the world to recruit those international students. So the solution we came up with is to create a one-stop shop. And in 2020, we launched applywave.com, which is a three-sided SaaS marketplace, or in other words, an ecosystem that connects students, schools, and everyone in between. So for the students, we really simplified the search options and the application flow. For the school themselves, we created recruitment tools to reach out to the students. But most importantly, what we have done, we allow our solution to be used by third-party recruiting partners so they can place their international students. So where we stand right now, Mackenzie?
Well, we're one of the only companies like ours in the world that holds over 600 commission-based agreements with schools globally. Okay, because of ApplyWave as well, we've been able to serve over 50 international recruitment partners, those third-party recruitment partners we talked about. They're using our platform. So far in the first year since launch, we have over 4,000 students, and we've generated over 700 applications. In addition to that, we're also one of only 80 companies in the world that holds the prestigious AIRC accreditation. So we're sitting pretty good.
So let's talk some numbers. The international student industry have about 50 million education seekers, students who want to study abroad. And they spend about $2,000 on average just to start their process. About 10% of them will eventually become international students, and they will eventually spend much more money to study abroad. On top of those, we have about 15,000 schools around the world that's spending a lot of money to reach out to the students.
And for the sake of David's example, in 2019 in the US alone, international students contributed $44 billion to the US economy. So how do we make our money?
All right, so we make some money from selling student services. We also sell services to schools, recruitment services, but most importantly, and this is why we have eggs, golden eggs on the slide, we are one of the only companies in the world that actually have placement commission agreement that makes us earn on average $3,000 for every student we place in a school overseas. Our first goal is to reach and place 10,000 students. So I will let you do the math, but I'll ask Mackenzie if this is even possible.
It's absolutely possible, and the best way to know this is by taking a look at our competition. We only have one direct competitor, and it's a company called ApplyBoard. They were launched in 2015. They became a unicorn in 2020. And actually, just on the ride out here to Vegas, they announced an additional $300 million in Series D funding. Okay, we're already gaining market share, so now we have to capitalize on that.
So how do we capitalize on that? So ApplyWave.com is right now fully operational, and it's very scalable. So what we need right now is to fuel in order for our global expansion. And for that reason, we're here, and we want to raise $1 million for 20% ownership, and with that money, we can hire more staff, we can increase the third-party affiliates network that we have, double the school portfolio, and overall drive more traffic to the website, to the marketplace.
Now, timing is everything, and right now you have the unique opportunity to jump into our world at the right place and at the right time. Okay, the world is opening back up, the pandemic's coming to a close, and those international students who wanted to study abroad a year ago, now they want to go more than ever, and they actually can. In addition to that, the rise of digital student recruitment has been huge, and it's already backed by millions and millions of dollars. And finally, at a time when diversity, equity, and inclusion is at the forefront, schools have more motivation to get their on-campus diversity back on track. Okay, now I only have one more question for you. Who's ready to be an Apply Waiver? Thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, folks. Appreciate you. Up next, Dr. Dinesh Shukla. Dr. Dinesh Shukla. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dinesh Shukla, and I'm the Chancellor and the founding president of American International University, located in West Africa. It's a long story how I started, but I started 10 years back with 6 students and a faculty of 7. Currently, I have a faculty of 140, and I have 1,400 students enrolled currently. We have graduated 547 students. We focus only on American curriculum, American exams. We focus on health sciences, first of all, and we cover medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, nursing, and allied sciences like lab technicians, pharmacy technicians, and we also have a College of Management and Information Technology. Having started from such a small scale, with no funding from external sources, just the angel investors who put in money and have not expected any results. The result being we wanted to have our vision and mission focused on building capacity of professionals, the healthcare professionals in Africa, and to promote also the socio-economic development of that country. As a result, we get some special status from the government. In return, we educate 10% of our student population to be local students who are 100% scholar, who has been given 100% scholarship. In these 10 years, the angel investors did not take any money out. They put the money back. And 3 years back, we put up a 125,000 square foot world-class building consisting of laboratories, 7 laboratories, libraries, state-of-art equipment, all audiovisual, and you see the building. It's a gorgeous building. It was built. What has caught attention of World Bank, what has caught attention of governments outside Gambia, they all started writing to me, set up an institution here because we need more in terms of healthcare professionals to be in our country. We have a project, and I'll be straightforward. I'm pitching here to get funding. 5 countries in 5 years. I've got 1 country which has totally been tied up. The 2nd country and the 3rd country, we are on the verge of finalizing. That is what we want to do. I want to set up an institution which can have the continuity beyond me. Sustainability beyond me. So what I've done in 10 years is basically develop a system which can be implemented very, very fast. We know how to do it. We know what to do it. And sometimes when the government wants you to do something, they are ready to give you the incentives, like tax-free status, special status. They do all those things. We don't give any money to anybody. We don't take any money from anybody. But having a medical school, which is equivalent to any medical schools anywhere in the world, and having the students pass the American board exams, and having them do part of their residency in the United States, I'm assured of the quality. It's the gold standard. We have partnered with the University of Utah. That's about 7-8 years back. We have partnered with Columbia University. And 3 years back, Columbia University sent their students to our institutions to study for a semester. They know the quality. They have seen it. Now, coming to the point. That building could only be, that building could only be built if we had money. And that's one thing which we didn't. So we just used the profits of the institution. In 8 years, the first year was the only year we lost money. Second year, we started balancing it out. From the 3rd year to the 10th year, which is till 2020 December, even during pandemic, we have made more than $1 million net profit. Net profit. Of course, during these times, we have got to be sure that we spend our money wisely. But just imagine, if you can make 1 million with 1,400 students, I expect in 5 years to have 100,000 students. Whatever you say, whatever anybody says, education is a business, but a very complicated business. It is very, very complicated. It's not just for any investor. The universities are rich sources of money. Look at all the private universities, Ivy League universities, which are located in US. Billions of dollars they have, and then they can spend. My proposal is very simple. I will take in equity partners in the development of 5 universities and even beyond. I believe in Africa, we have complete online statistics on the cloud. We get applications, 7,000 applications for 80 seats, 50 seats. That's ridiculous. We have students coming from 18 different countries currently. They have to travel, and they come and they spend. Market is very important. Just imagine 4,000 universities in the United States, 4,000 universities in Europe, and in Africa. Africa, in 58 countries, less than 300, about 300 universities. You talk of Nigeria, 1,800 students, high school students pass the high school. Nigeria has got a capacity of 540 students. Where do the rest of the people go? They don't have a place to go. I'm sorry. I'll be very short. I get so much involved. Well, what I would suggest, to end it briefly, I want to have partners, not just for money, but who can contribute to the humanity, build capacity on a continent where it is needed. I know it is the frontier, but it is the next frontier. You are welcome. You can contact me on email. I want to be transparent with everybody. And I want to thank GFEL for providing me this opportunity to pitch in front of you. Thank you all so much. And I cannot end this without thanking my angel for last 46 years, my wife. She had a broken leg, and yet she came here. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, Doctor, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Up next, Katya Kempe. Katya.
Test. Okay. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Katya Kempe, and I'm the CEO and founder of Viveka. Viveka is the world's largest SaaS platform for coaches and corporations. We support those who support others. Why? Because that's how we think and know that we can make the biggest global impact. Our vision is to make transformational learning experiences available to billions of people around the globe. Viveka, in case you're wondering, is Sanskrit, and it means discernment knowledge, to know oneself, to know what is right for you. Why is that so critical nowadays? Because, like Albert Einstein says, every crisis brings massive opportunities. The opportunity of this global pandemic is that we're living in times of unprecedented change and uncertainty, which creates an unfulfilled demand for coaching. Coaching, up until today, is still a skill that is sought out and experts are hard to find. So let's look at what's happening in the marketplace. 78% of employees are currently struggling from anxiety going back to work. 77% are experiencing burnout. Employee loyalty has never been this low. 25% are willing to take on another job just for a 2 to 5% salary increase. And 800 million employees will be unemployed by the year of 2030. So this creates a huge demand for leadership training, for career transition training, for team building, for mindfulness, and for mental health. What's our solution? So Viveka, since its inception 4 years ago, has been a 3-phase approach, and we're now ready to scale. We have built 2 SaaS platforms and a marketplace. Phase 1 was building the Viveka platform where we aggregate coaches, we vet them, and we currently have over 2,000 coaches on the platform and 20,000 coaches in our database. Phase 2 was providing a SaaS solution for our coaches. Why? It allows them to fulfill their whole business through our platform, including marketing, sales, their calendar management, their accountability. The whole coaching is done through us, including the billing and invoicing. It makes us extremely sticky with coaches. And phase 3, which we're launching in 2 weeks' time, is our V Corp HR SaaS solution, which is a plug-and-play learning and development all-inclusive platform for H admins to fulfill the entire learning and development needs in-house. Why did we create it? We listened to over 100 HR executives, and they told us managing training is inefficient. Finding the right expert is time-consuming, and justifying the budget is difficult to our CFO. That's why we created V Corp. It's a complete learning and development platform. It has a curriculum builder. HR admins just upload their employees with their associated budget, and then the employee themselves can take advantage of the allocated curriculum to them and just check out a coach that's available. And the best thing is, no integration is required. What does that mean? No additional APIs for companies is required, so the approval process is quick. This is how it looks in real life. We're launching in 2 weeks. We already have our first pilots on board, and the average deal size of a company is $85,000 per annum. V Corp helps execute, administer, and measure the complete learning and development efforts of a company. So let's look at the counter SaaS, because V Corp and V Coach plug into each other. We listened to our coaches, and they told us, we're really struggling to find a fulfilled client pipeline, as well as manage our whole business processes. And we want to scale our business. We don't have the time to do this. So we built V Coach. V Coach is a sales funnel, client management, accountability tool, allows them to create their programs through us. It basically helps them get clients through our marketplace. These are all live pictures. And automate the communication and coaching process through our platform. So, why is this important? This is a $360 billion industry. Our accessible market is $160 billion, and these numbers were taken prior to the post-traumatic stress that we're now experiencing from the pandemic. That was already 5 minutes? Oh, do I get 2 more minutes? That's it? Oh, okay, well, let's go to the, can't believe that went so quickly. So how do we differentiate ourselves from our competitors? Really? That was 5 minutes? I timed myself. Okay, so I'll just go through these slides real quickly. Is that okay? 2 more minutes. We have a SaaS subscription, some of our traction unit economics, our financial model. We're forecasting 78 million within the next 4 years to come at 70% profit margins. Our go-to-market Our experienced team, 150 years of excellence in various fields of training, industry-leading advisors, industry experts giving us endorsements. I won Female Entrepreneur of the Year. Forbes and Yahoo Finance has acknowledged us as 21 founders changing the way we do business in 2021. And this is the round. So we're asking for $1 million. We've already closed 170 to date. This gives us a 12-month runway at an $8.5 million valuation, and we're using these funds to really scale our marketing and sales team. Please get in touch. Here's some VR codes. I already gave you some materials prior. Unfortunately, the VR code on the material that I sent you is not working on every phone, but if you'd like to use the VR code up here or get in touch with me personally, it'd be a great pleasure to speak with you and to see how we can collaborate. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Katya. Up next, Oliver Von Trapp. Oliver Von Trapp. 5 minutes, please.
Hello, how is everybody doing today? Good. So today I'm talking about hopscotch. And so just a little story about how I got into this. As a 23-year-old who's mostly focused on preschools, it's like, I don't have any kids, how did I get into this industry? Well, I basically grew up in it. My mom was in the early childhood industry. My dad was in the early childhood industry. My uncles, my aunts, and something that I learned from it is that how important preschools are to communities. Think about this. Every single person in this room, by the age you were 5, 90% of your brain was formed. So preschools have an immense responsibility in our communities. Now, let's think about that. What is the problem right now with the early childhood industry? And there's 3 main problems. First of all, they don't really have a good modern solution to manage their enrollment process. Number 2, many childcare entrepreneurs, since they're so busy chasing around kids, don't really have the time to become digital marketing experts. And then finally, they face the problem of not only not being able to really collect good customer data, but also not really being able to visualize their customer data. And think about this, when we're looking at many of the people we work with, many of these preschools, we found out that a lot of them have their own outdated forms of CRM, and many of them use even pen and paper to really keep track of their customers. And it's terrible. Nobody likes pen and paper. It's outdated, it's lame, and there has to be a better solution to it. And so the solution to it is a CRM platform that handles all those problems. First, we're going to modernize the enrollment process. Secondly, we simplify digital marketing outreach with integrated features. And then finally, we display customer data in a cohesive dashboard. So what is the heart of our platform is the Kate strategy. First of all, the charm. That means marketing tabs paired with forecasting. Number 2, we attract. That means sales tabs fueled by lead campaigns. Then, number 3, delight, customer service and compliance tracking. And then finally, evaluating all the information we collect through our platform in order to have dashboard and analytics, because data is only as good as you illustrate it. So some of our signature features that many of the preschools we work with have enjoyed are forecasting tools, which projects sales goals and estimates future earnings, our compliance tracking at the municipal, state, and federal level, which helps providers keep track of compliance issues, and then finally, service tickets, ways for parents to communicate directly with schools in a way that's easy to see for many providers. So what is our market validation? Because, money isn't everything, but, I do need to buy a new pair of jeans. It's a $58 billion industry growing at 4% annually. It has 6.7 million children in the U.S. who receive care from preschools or daycare facilities, and 71% of child care centers are actually mom and pop businesses. So our business model and the way we actually have priced our software is we're $219 a month, and just kind of estimating and market sizing our main market, which is Miami-Dade County, and Central Florida, mostly Seminole and Orange County, which is Orlando. And we have 8,146 preschools in Florida. And if we estimate that with our current pricing, we are projected to get $3.21 million in our first year of operation. So our market adoption strategy is, first, we are right now in a beta trial with 35 partner schools. Then later, which we're starting in July in about a week, is promoting our software through a variety of conferences with industry thought leaders. And then finally, we will be ready to do our commercial debut in August 2021, where our platform will be available for full adoption. Our growth channels right now are working closely with industry partners to basically go to conferences like this and pitch our product. Then also using franchise partners, which helps us team up with local franchises to expand much quickly since they're already operating multiple places. And then again, since 70% of this market is mom and pop businesses, direct sales does make a huge portion of our push into the market. And what we've been able to gather, again, since we're still in our beta, is three main things. First is that Hopscotch has allowed these schools to build closer relationships with their parents. Number two is that finally these preschools have an ability to collect data and then again analyze it and use it in their sales optimization. And then finally, that with Hopscotch, you're not just buying into a software, but a community. With Hopscotch University, one of the features of our platform is that it helps mom and pop businesses or anybody in the early childhood industry to learn more through our programs, which basically teaches these childcare providers how to actually engage in the digital marketing world. So, thank you so much for your time, and let's revolutionize the early childhood industry.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Oliver. Good luck to you. On the way to the stage next, we have Philip Lampron. Philip Lampron.
Hello. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate everybody being here today. I'm not going to go through slides. I'm just going to go through some notes that I have. Also, before I get started, I want to shout out my man over here, Gene. If you're interested in anything regarding tutoring, Gene, if you'll raise your hand, he does Eurekademics over in California. Does some really cool stuff. Yeah, but all right. So my name is Philip Lampron. I run two companies: an educational consultant company called Lampron LLC, and then a real estate venture company called Lampron Capital. And so for our educational consultant company, our tagline is for all things education. Chances are, if you run a school and you got a problem, I want to try to help you with it. We do things more on the, try to integrate some business aspects into educational endeavors, like public relations, fundraising, executive coaching. That's not really what I'm here to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about an app that I'm interested in developing. The two things that I feel like are true for improving education as far as teachers with kids, what I tell them all the time is to, because I'm a principal as well, is to love them and hold them accountable. Those are our two areas that we got to focus on, and we should do the same for teachers. So accountability in education can be kind of difficult right now. The measures we use are very subjective. Teachers don't really buy in because they seem more summative and more just determining whether or not I'm going to keep my job. So what I would like to do is to target that area of accountability with an app that is more linear as well as more formative. We ask teachers to do formative assessments. We should be evaluating teachers in a formative measure as well, just to help them get better. That should be the focus. So what I would do, or what I'm working on developing, is a walkthrough tool where principals would input their comments into various sections and dialog boxes. that those notes would then be transitioned through a natural language software that would categorize the specific needs that they see for teachers in schools. And so on the the administrator login, you would see those categorized notes and help determine how do I help that teacher. The administrator would then be responsible for providing PD to the teacher and providing them supports that they need. Where it gets more linear is that there'd also be a district administrator login that they could see at each school. What is the principal saying are the needs in their school? And are the principals providing the proper supports to teachers? And the district can hold the teachers accountable for that. In addition to that, is a board member login, so board members can determine what are happening at all of our schools, and is our senior executive leadership, our executive directors, our superintendents, are they doing and providing the supports that are needed in each school? In addition to the subjective measures, a lot of schools and districts and states use measures that are considered objective through value-added measures. And so in North Carolina, we use EVOS. A lot of states use other things. So another part of the app was that the administrator, whoever's doing the walkthrough, instructional coach along those lines, would estimate or predict where they think that teacher would fall based on what they see in the classroom on that particular day. Those estimates would then be reviewed at the end of the year when the results actually come out from SAS. SAS is who produces EVOS. And then we would be able to effectively determine, are teachers, our evaluators adequately able to predict where our teachers are going to fall in the realm of student achievement? And if they are, let's take those data and determine what's actually impacting our kids within the classroom. I want to talk for just a couple of minutes, use what time is left for the idea I have for Land Prime Capital. What I'm looking at trying to do right now in Tarboro, which is a little town in North Carolina, is to work on creating some more attractive housing options to prevent our teacher turnover rate from being as high as it has been, trying to create some interesting spaces for teachers and various professionals to live, marketed around the area of nurses, teachers, law enforcement officers, and people who have incomes in that range. One thing that makes it interesting in Tarboro and Edgecombe County is that we have a lot of land in what's called a qualified opportunity zone. If you're familiar with that, it's a designation that was given to various land in about 2018. So investments that are made in those properties, if you hold those investments for 10 years, there's no capital gains tax, which is beautiful. And Tarboro is an area where we could really use, in Edgecombe County in general, where we could use an influx of capital to try to improve the housing market and the availability in our area. So also we would offer investors an ROI immediately once tenants begin to rent the spaces, be able to provide 5% ROI on your capital year to year, as well as percentage of the profits whenever we sell the investment 10 years down the road. That's all I really got. Appreciate your time. If you're interested, I have my contact information I can share with you and things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Up next, Yogesh Makar. Yogesh Makar, 5 minutes, please.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. This is Yogesh Makar, and today I'm going to talk about a very, very basic problem that more than 200 million students in India have faced. And that also includes more than 1 million teachers in India who have faced the same problem, and that is what I have been working on since last 4 years to come across a solution. Well, my name is Yogesh Makar, and before coming in the edtech industry, I have been an engineer, a supply chain executive, an operations engineer, operations manager, variety of things that I've done in the operations, including IT industry. However, this was my turnaround about 4 years back when I found this specific problem for which we built a platform. Well, if we look at this, education industry, K-12, specifically K-12, it's a $56 billion industry in US, and in India, it's growing at an exponential rate, $39 billion as of now. And you won't even be able to imagine the numbers, the rate of growth at which this is growing. it is more than 44% CAGR. In general, in any industry, if any industry grows at 10% CAGR, it's considered really, really good. And this specific industry is growing at 44% CAGR. Reason being, the lack of innovation, the lack of solutions, the K-12 edtech has faced in last decade, and there is a tipping point, hence the growth and hence the demand. So what exactly is the problem? Well, if we look at this way, educators in India or anywhere else in the world, but I'm taking very specific example of India, is when COVID came to hit, there was a dead silence in the schools. How do we teach kids? Because even though hybrid learning, online learning has been around for a decade or so, but we never implemented anything of that sort. So schools were shut down, everything was totally on a standstill, but education cannot stop, it has to go on. So people found solutions on the fly. For example, there is a messenger app, it's called WhatsApp in India. I don't know how much we use in US, but teachers were teaching, sending homework assignment to students via WhatsApp. They were sending an assignment today, receiving tomorrow, and opening the screen, enlarging, doing this, that, variety of solutions. They found quick solutions on how to do the video meetings. Zoom came to help. They did not know how to run the assessment models because WhatsApp can only send you something. It can receive something back. You don't know how to take an online exam. And no solution though. Academic content, how do we share academic content? It's more than the books, it's more than the videos, it's more than what we walk through the Zoom instructional media. Academic content means a specific student has a problem. How do we teach him or her about that specific situation, right? Then we had to give a performance evaluation feedback to parents. Of course, no solution other than the phone call. Keep going. General communication became the biggest challenge because all of a sudden, those teachers who were teaching that specific school for 30 years, they had to deal with Zoom, WhatsApp, messengers, emails, phones, forming groups, unforming groups, building digital media, everything. They had no time to connect with anything else, in spite of the fact that people were working 18 to 20 hours a day, teachers. So this goes on forever. And the biggest problem that students and teachers and administrators still face is about, well, there were 1,000 students in my school. How do I know who is paying fee, who is not paying fee, who is coming to classes, who is not coming to classes? How do I monitor, how do I control? Before COVID, everything was in front of me. I could see people coming to classes. I could easily track my general ledgers and track the fee and everything, but now everything has disappeared all of a sudden. This is what we have found as a large problem, and it is still a problem though, even though people have found temporary fixes, but it is still going on forever. If you look at a holistic picture, one school, one teacher has to deal with at least a dozen systems to run one class a day. And that is what we have built, a platform that can help schools and teachers to get rid of those challenges. This platform that basically solves all of those multiple platforms that we have, we won't need those anymore because now we have one single integrated platform that solves all of the communication problems, video meetings, it solves the evaluation problem, it solves the assessment problem, it can take online attendance, everything that a traditional school will do in a specific day in a classroom, we have that feature built in so that traditional classroom can be completely transformed into an online classroom. So this is what we call CapDAC Smart Room, which is basically a digital hub for schools. One single platform, zero downloads, simply log in and start your school. Your students will be there, you can do whatever you want. And that is what we have built in last 4 years. Well, I will also say, anyone can build a software platform. We have a vision, we have a concept, we build it, we found a team of programmers. What goes in a school, which is more important than platform, is the academic content, which is what we had in a vision in this platform, that we want to give a complete solution to schools so that teachers or students won't have to go search for, okay, how do I find the digital content, digital books, the videos or the quizzes, how do I create those? So we spent 4 years building those content from grade 5 through grade 12 for mathematics and science. We have done it for India, and now we are on the way for building the same content for US. 100% original, no copy, pasting, everything built by our trained educators and engineers who have at least a dozen-year experience, or they are from top-notch engineering institutes from India. This is what we have, this is what we have built and already implemented in the solution in the market. We are not the only one company in this game, in this market. There are very giant players. Google Classroom, we all know how it is functioning. Microsoft Teams is already in the market. But the unique advantage what we are giving to systems is, 1, 0 download, 2 weeks of implementation, that's it. A school comes to us, I want to go online in 2 weeks, we are there. And the first school we implemented was in 3 weeks, but now we are down to actually 5 days instead of 2 weeks. But we still commit to our customers 2 weeks just to see any downsides. Well, this is what we have, and we have been recognized by various industries, and I'll skip through the final bottom line, that we are seeking an investment of $1.6 million for a 25% stake, and we are already on a projection model that we are beating our own estimates on how we will get there fast enough. I was projecting a loss of $100,000 this year, but we are down to $50,000 now. So that's the projection, that's the trajectory, and that's what I have for you. I will be reachable at yogesh.makar@captech.com, and I'll rest here.
All right, thanks so much, Yogesh. We're going to give 5 minutes to let the judges tally up their votes and whatnot. Play you some awesome songs right now. And yeah, come right. How about Slayer? Anyone? Anyone? All right, maybe something else. And in 5 minutes, we'll announce the winner and go from there. All right, folks. Thank you very much for your patience. I'd love to extend a whole ton of gratitude to the presenters, to our esteemed judges as well. Thank you very much, and a big applause to all of you. I thought you all did a great job. Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to award the award to the folks from Applyware. Congratulations. Congratulations. You guys wouldn't mind standing. If you want to come on up and take a bow, I encourage you to do so. You're not going to do it? These guys just gave you $10 million. You're just going to sit there? I'm kidding. It was $12 million. No problem. Hey, congratulations to you. Congratulations, folks. All right. Your certificate's coming in the mail, is what they asked me to tell you. All right. So congratulations once again, and congratulations to everybody who got up here to present their thing. All right. We appreciate you. And this basically marks the end of GFEL. Very excited to have had you all here and appreciate you coming. I hope you had a great time and found the sessions extremely informing and engaging. Congratulations again to all the awardees. We wish everyone in the room incredible, immense success. It's indeed been an honor to have been your host and MC for these proceedings, and you've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much. My name's Brian Panarelli. Thank you for hanging out with me throughout the last 3 days. And we hope to see you guys again soon. Once again, good luck to every single one of you, all right? Hope to see you all next year at GFEL, all right? Get home safely. Have fun in Vegas if you're from out of town. Make sure you drink too much. All right. See you guys later. Have a good one.